Swoosh! Go middle, go middle.
Oh
go
my
middle.
god, let's get... Oh my god, he's really dead! Oh, I'm dead again. Oh no! For a huge wreck off of 4. Oh my, he hit the pit wall! And Brandon, what in the world just happened to Brandon? No, that's not gonna feel good. That's not gonna feel good at all. The whole field, just one night. There goes Mike Rattana around. The rest of the top 10 just went exploding into the catch fence. Come on, stop short, or just get in the hole. Let's go. And we are going to come back to my place, and we're just gonna. Game, let's go! We're gonna walk it off and force a game 7. Let's go, Harry Sack just won the Super Bowl. Harry Sack is a 3-time champion of the world. Yep. Why? For what reason? For what reason? Merge, please don't. Oh my god, we're gonna win at Talladega! We've just soloed and won for 6 hours at the Glen. We're gonna solo and win the Bathurst 12-hour. Let's go! We just won Indy! Let's fucking go! Yes! What is going on, everyone? Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Hello. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Hey, Orioles, thank you so much for that gifted sub. I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you so much, my man. Welcome to New Hampshire. Welcome to New Hampshire, everyone, for the first race of many tonight. Interesting. Oh. Ooh, interesting. Bring it down just a little bit, like there, a little bit like that. Okay. Thank God. Well, yeah, New Hampshire's being updated. It will be part of the season 1 release today. New Hampshire is being completely updated to 20. Oh, this is standing start. SWAT. Okay. Okay, welcome to New Hampshire.
On the left side. Still there. Looks clear.
Oh boy.
Left side. Still there. Still there, door. Clear. Left side. You're clear.
All right, good start. That man doesn't know where he is, but that's okay. I don't know either. Oh. Oh. God damn.
13.36, left side. Still there at your door. Still there. Clear.
It's a really interesting feeling I'm getting right now. I'm just not used to this track and this car combo ever. Also, the LMP2 should drive completely differently now.
Car stopped in front of you, left side. Clear. Left side. Clear.
Ah, they fucked me.
There we go.
Maybe they're all just gonna start wrecking. You never know. Okay.
5.334.
It's a weird, the way it feels is really strange. Like, I almost feel like it's all like on a knife's edge. Morning, morning.
On your right. Clear.
No, it's not even that it's knocked out of alignment.
7-1. So real good pace you're running there, bud.
Or are you talking about the LMP? It's not knocked out of alignment though for me, and I've hit it multiple times. But if Doodle fuck in front of me wants to keep just not getting going.
Left side. Still there at door. Still there. Clear.
I'm getting this guy.
1. Here's the fastest car on the track. 59.62.
Well, you should have always been able to protest an unsafe rejoin. That should have been something that you should have always been able to protest. I'm surprised it wasn't. It truly is a road course.
On your left. Still there. Clear if you need it.
Oh, were there server issues earlier on iRacing?
2.161. Great lap.
Swoosh!
Left side. Clear.
Thanks for that follow. No, not until like 5 a.m. my time, so we got some time. Like 4 more hours or so, maybe like 3.5 hours. Oh, interesting.
1.574. It's a good lap, my man. Keep it up.
This is a really interesting car track combo. Make this work. Oh, it's windy as shit from here right now. Malibu's on fire right now. It's windy as shit. Yeah, it's over by Pepperdine.
1.658.
I think it's jumped both sides of Malibu Canyon at this point, so. I think it's like somewhere in the hundreds, but there's a lot of there's a lot of vegetation over there. I was just over there like a few days ago. I was at the beach the other day. Oh my god, I just broke all sorts of traction right there. Holy shit. You wouldn't have seen it, but the front end completely rotated through there like it wanted to go straight for the trees. That was terrifying. Now we got Johnny Bravo in front of us.
That's a great lap there, bud. Keep it up.
We had some testing today in F1, by the way. Leading today's opening session, driving a Williams, Carlos Sainz. And then it was Chuck. And then it was Lando. Ocon also got to drive a Haas today, and Hulkenberg got to drive a Sauber.
Green lap.
Yep. That's also good.
5 minutes.
I'm excited to see what Kevin can do inside of an LMDH and see what he can do for an entire season for Hypercar. That'll be interesting. One of the most underutilized road courses on iRacing, in my opinion. With the right car, this is actually a really fun road course. Such a fun track. And if, for some of you going, wait, is this New Hampshire? Yes, it is. What the fuck are with all these cones? Who keeps hitting these cones lap after lap?
Hell yeah, good lap.
Oh, I can imagine.
Leaders at a 59.591. Watch that car down there. Stay right.
Oh, that's not good. I'm sorry to hear that, Pet Shower. Sorry, I was just focusing on not dying there. See what I can do right here. You know what's really fun with this track is skip arbors in this combo. Justin Herbert, is that you? Always dying, Justin Herbert. Justin Herbert must have a massive deductible for how much he dies in an NFL season. Like, that man is always hurt.
0.953.
I feel like I'm actually getting the hang of this track pretty well. Not a bad run. I just haven't run this in a very long time. This combo I've never run, so that's not bad. Some safety rating, some I rating. I'll take it.
Good work, fellas. We got that top 10.
By the way, guess where C Fixed is this week? Charlotte. Or at least today is Charlotte. So guess what we're gonna go do here in a minute? What we've just been doing for an entire week. One more day to get anything out of Charlotte that you're looking for. I like this configuration. I wish they would be used more in iRacing.
Swoosh.
Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Good morning and happy Tuesday. Happy build day to everybody. Yeah, that wasn't bad. This track is not that difficult. That opening lap was sketchy, though. Standing start at New Hampshire is something I didn't think we were going to do, but standing start at New Hampshire, I suppose. That's terrifying. I had one move where I went like... I do. I really do. Audio spatial separation has been optimized for cockpit view. Okay. Can someone give me the release notes? Or there's just like the link to them. We'll look at them here in a minute because we got some time before the next truck race. All right. Let's take a look at this. Okay. Let's take a look, everybody, at the season 1 of 2025 release notes. Ready? Here we are. There's a War and Peace post. 1 second. Here we are. I'll take a look here in a minute. Street Stocks are at Summit. War and Peace post. Interesting. I see. I would do the Blizzard series if it would run at night. All right, let's take a look here. Let's hop out of this real quickly. Play some music, and then we're gonna talk about this. Then we're gonna register real quickly for C Fixed. War and Peace equals long ass. Oh, let me go do C Fuxed real quickly, because we can get something out of it this week. What's the schedule real quickly? Let's take a look. Hold on. So we're gonna go Charlotte, Chicago, Auto Club, Kentucky, Richmond, Homestead, and then New Hampshire. That's definitely a that's definitely something. So yeah, okay. We're at Chicago tomorrow. Okay. Shall we, everyone? Should I just read as much as I can for you guys? So for those of you who aren't like paying attention or like have me on in the background, I guess I will read anyway. Probably gonna help. Here we go. The iRacing 2025 Season 1 release build has arrived. This release includes new content, features, improvements, and fixes for 2025 Season 1, which officially starts December the 17th. The iRacing Garage expands by 5 new bays for an Acura NSX GT3, Evo 22. There's the BMW M2 CSR, the Ferrari 499P, Supercars, Chevrolet Camaro Gen 3, Supercars Ford Mustang Gen 3. The BMW M2 CSR is being released as new free content to all iRacing members. iRacing is also excited to offer 2 new tracks, Houston Speedway and Thruxton Circuit. The track art team has also completed a full overhaul of the classic New Hampshire Motor Speedway, bringing its look and feel up to modern standards. The test drive service, which is available whenever iRacing is down for maintenance, has been rebuilt from the ground up, is integrated seamlessly with the iRacing application, and is now known as Demo Drive. Test drive service now is Demo Drive, everybody. Our graphics and physics developers have tag teamed an outstanding upgrade to the debris system, which now includes mud and gravel, and all debris types are now easier to see and impact racing much more realistically. We are pioneering some upgrades to the iRacing netcode system with the season release, including improving the experience for a lagging driver as well as everyone else in the race with them. The lighting for the entire iRacing world has undergone an improvement, which increases contrast and reduces some excessive brightness. Your spotter will now inform you if you have any damage you receive. The spotter will inform you if any damage you receive is going to have a negative impact on an aspect of your vehicle performance. AI drivers have also now been trained in the art of headlight flashing when passing. Our Hydromancers have prepared the Formula V for rain racing, and all 5 new cars are equipped with a unique set of rain tires. AI systems have been programmed and implemented on 6 cars, including the Acura NSX GT3 Evo 22, the BMW M2 CSR, the Ferrari 499P, both supercars, and the Williams F1 car. AI drivers have mastered Thruxton Circuit and 2 new New Hampshire Motor Speedway road courses. And last but not least, our vehicle dynamics team have polished and included over 400 new updated vehicle setups to give you the optimal driving experience using any car at any track. Prepare your racing rig for 2025 and get hyped for iRacing 2025 Season 1. So everything that they talked about, TLDR is right here. There's the Acura, the BMW, which is free, the Ferrari 499P, the supercars, which, by the way, if you bought the supercars within the last 12 months, I believe you get it free. At least, I think I get the Chevrolet free. I don't think I get the Ford free, but I think I get the Chevy free. Huset Speedway, Thruxton, there's New Hampshire. There's the demo drive, the debris refresh, the netcode improvements, AI flashing behavior. So now let's take a look at some of the big things coming. Let's talk about demo drive real quickly. Demo drive is now what used to be the test drive service. After the 2025 Season 1 release, the old test drive service is to be discontinued, and instead we'll have integrated the system directly into the iRacing UI launcher. It is now called Demo Drive. With this change, there are no longer separate credentials needed to drive when iRacing is in maintenance. Instead, the service uses the same credentials you already use to log into iRacing and the iRacing forums. Whenever you launch iRacing while we are down from maintenance, you may now connect to Demo Drive, which lets you drive any content that is on your machine as long as it's up to date. Select a car, track, display mode, and start driving. When we leave maintenance mode, Demo Drive will remain running for a period of time, and a cooldown will appear to let members know how long it will remain up. Navigation links to and from Demo Drive will be available in iRacing when Demo Drive is available. As with the test drive service before it, newly released content will not be available in Demo Drive until the following season. We now have a season recap, everybody. New recaps tab has been added to the profile page of iRacing. Here you can see a customized recap of your performance stats for the previous season and the entire year for that year on iRacing. This new feature houses the season recaps that were previously emailed to members with the addition of new yearly recaps. You can now view your recaps in the companion app via a new recap section on the profile page. Well, welcome to Spotify Wrapped, but for iRacing. We have redesigned the settings page to enhance usability and organization. The settings are now available on a dedicated full-page interface instead of a model window. This update introduces a tabbed layout, which clearly defined sections, general, preferences, network, and about. So there we go. There's the brand new settings page. They fixed an issue in the results and stats page where the driver standings page could show a different license class than the driver's profile page. Paint Shop DOF Reality Paint Shop sponsor has been updated. Protests, a new entry has been added to the protest violations list, which I'm surprised took this long, but now unsafe rejoins are now a protestable offense, which I always thought was a protestable offense. But I guess it's just its own category now. So, okay. Yeah, I guess they just made it its own category is probably how they're wording it. So, only if you come back up and create contact. If you go down into what would be considered not the racing surface and you come back up and you make contact and wreck the field, that's an unsafe rejoin. But if you just go down there, you should be fine. Sporting code. A variety of sporting code and updates have been made, including better define the coverage of the iRacing official sporting code, updated and improved all references to penalties and their types, added sections describing the pace car and rallycross racing, several new glossary terms have been added, internal document links have been fixed, and a new protestable offense, unsafe rejoin, has been added. Okay. So they just fixed some wording probably. Legacy member site. Endpoints on the legacy member site that have been made available for scrapping data will cease to function on March 11th, 2025, season 2, the beginning of season 2. All third parties are expected to be using the endpoints available in the data API. You can go there for that link right in the forums if you're looking to go to that and figure that out. Now we have some simulation stuff here. For the application, some underlying program parameters have been updated, and iRacing now explicitly will not support any operating system older than Windows 10. Smitty, what's going on, my man? If you guys have an operating system that is not older than Windows 10, it will no longer work with iRacing. So if you have like Windows 7, Windows 8 somehow still running with iRacing, won't work. You must have at least Windows 10. Race servers. Fix an issue where the time of day offset for start time is not being applied to the final session time slot for any event for official racing. Fixed an issue where the time of day offset for start time was not being applied to the final session time slot of any event for official. Interesting. So the final, is it the final slot before the week switches over doesn't have the right settings? Connectivity. If you're talking about netcode, here's something about netcode. Changes have been made to netcode to smooth adding cars back into the world and reduce occurrence of extrapolated car versus ground collisions. This solves an issue that could occur where drivers with poor connections could have their cars exert excessive forces when their position in the world was updated. My guess is this is going to fix cars going into the air and then going into the ground and then going back into the air. It would list one start time on the race week and it would be different than the sim. We have some dynamic track updates as well. The dynamic track debris system has received an overhaul, should we say, adding new types of debris, improving their physics properties, and upgrading their appearance, while vastly improving how debris is generated and moves around the track over time. Gravel have been added as a new dynamic track debris type. Gravel can now be found on a variety of off-track surfaces and reduces tire grip on racing surfaces. Mud has been added as a new dynamic track type as well. Mud is generated when the tires tear up grass and behaves like a mix of dirt and water. The grip adjustments and physics behaviors applied by the various dynamic track debris types have been fine-tuned by science. Gotta love good old science, right, Bill Nye? Dynamic track debris accumulation and dispersion algorithms have been improved with far superior tracking and accuracy for the amounts and locations of all debris of all types everywhere in the world. Dynamic track debris pickup and throw logic and parameters for tires of various constructions have been updated. Debris of all types can now be held on the car body itself instead of only the tires, and it may shed based on velocity changes. So you could have like mud stuck to the car, or grass or gravel that's stuck, or like dirt is stuck to the car, and over time, let's say it rains, it might wash away, or maybe it just rained and it goes to a drier condition. Maybe your car gets dirtier. That's what they're saying right now. Adjusted the amount of debris picked up on the tires based on the wetness of the track, tire and debris type. Imagine gravel and radiator scoops that you spill out onto the braking zone. It's going to happen. Aerodynamic effects pick up and move debris, track debris. Improved the textures and rendering of all dynamic track types to make them easier to see, especially at a distance. This includes rubber, marbles, dirt, dust, grass, mud, and gravel. Pit crews have been trained to sweep their pit stalls at the start of sessions. No debris begins in pit stalls. I like that little add-on. All right, I'm going to load into the iRacing server. iRacing weather system. The Formula V has its tires updated and is now ready for wet racing. All 5 new cars come with a set of rain tires in addition to their normal racing tires, but don't forget to swap them if the weather is looking grim. There's all the cars right there. It's everything that's brand new. They've improved the precision of handling the start and end times for sessions within an event and carrying the weather and water states through the simulated intervening time to the next session. Water spray will now interact with discarded vehicle parts. So if you get a crash, the water will now, instead of like it skids across the track and it doesn't pick up any water and just kind of does its thing, it'll actually splash through the water or interact with it now. So that's pretty cool. Updated a fix for an older issue where water levels were re-rendering whenever a camera approached, causing the shape and level of the water to consistently morph or flicker.
Anonymous tipped 1. I bet 1 mile per hour in the amount of the 10 mile persons in 110 miles per second more than no 1,100 hours per server in 11,000 miles per morning hours as well as 111,000 hours in perfect while Mr. Muskegon Ghost is a genius.
Bruh.
I am confusion. As I was saying, thank you for the $1. It's almost as long as the release notes, and I'm not even a quarter through the release notes. The effects of evaporation on temperature before an event begins have been updated. Now with static weather or at dirt tracks, moisture and track temperatures are more accurate. And they've also fixed an issue that could occur at oval tracks using timeline mode weather, where local rain was not correctly forbidden to fall during sessions if the no rain option was enabled. This was traced back to a regional versus national weather governance dispute, which our lawyers handled brilliantly. Oh, there's some joking in there, but I wonder if, like, in a test session, you could still get away with having rain at oval tracks. Let's see what else. Race control have some new things now. Cautions are now disallowed if the white flag has been raised. Wait. Does that not mean that we have to get to the white flag now? Oh, they finally... Okay. This fixes an issue where the automatic full course yellow can be thrown after the leader starts their white flag lap. We saw this season 3 at Bristol. Leaders took the white flag, and we still got a green-white checkered, even though the leader was in turn 1 when the caution flew. This also fixes an issue where a yellow flag can be thrown on a green-white checkered restart if a crash occurs before the start-finish line. For dirt ovals with pitting enabled, and for asphalt ovals of 1 mile, medium and short-lapped cars are now allowed to pit with leaders during cautions, reducing caution sequence by a lap. Oh, that's gonna fuck a lot of people up. It could have fixed the race we would have lost yesterday, because I think if you now see the white, it won't throw the yellow, because we're coming to the white. This has been done as part of trying to reduce the length of caution race restarts. These changes were originally done for longer ovals in 2020 and have been positively received. Fred can now drive, the new BMW M2 CSR has been enabled as a pace car. Okay. Other pace car issues. Fix an issue where the drivers could get penalized for passing other drivers or Fred under yellow after the race has ended. Fix an issue where drivers were unable to serve drive-through penalties on the final lap before getting disqualified. Fix an issue with do not count caution laps where the second place driver was given the lead on consecutive restarts. F. Fix an issue where drivers could slowly creep forward on standing starts without receiving a jump start penalty. Oh, standings. Okay. Fix an issue where Barney could never throw the green flag if all drivers elected to start from the pits. These were very unexciting races. Fix an issue where Fred, flawless wheelman, could drive the pace car down pit road before the race was over during a green-white checkered finish. Interesting. Dirt racing has an update. The initial bumpiness of dirt oval racing surfaces have been reduced slightly. AI, we've gotten a bunch of AI cars now for different series. Acura BMW, the new Ferrari, both supercars, the old Williams F1 car. New Hampshire now has the ability to use AI. Thruxton now has AI. GTP. And then we've gotten some updates for their tire temperature modeling, making them more accurate and comparable to real player-driven cars. That includes the GTPs, the Dallara P2, the brand new Ferrari 499, the MX-5, the late model stock, the Lotus 79, the NASCAR Truck Series, which we're currently in right now, SCCA Spec Racer Ford, and the street stocks. Okay. The autumn 2024 sessions for AI Driver School have come to a close. This semester saw a sharp focus on the emulation of human behaviors and blurring the line between man and machine. The top graduate projects and presentations include the following: headlight flashing for AI, taking control of your life in your car with special guest car kit. Huh? Taking control of your life and your car with special guest car kit. When did we scan kit? Under neutralized racing tactics, passing on the apron, a geological analysis of loose racing surfaces, learning from nature, observed turtles recovering from 180-degree rolls. They had some fun writing these. Accepting, I almost read that as accepting homelessness. Accepting hopelessness and despair and knowing when to reset.
Good luck, Justin. Good luck, Craig.
Next semester signups, host a foreign exchange student from Microsoft AI.
Appreciate that. Good luck.
AI drivers have completed some special focus training, improving their skills, their lines, racing line, ability, performance, and more with the following additional content. GT3 cars, Atlanta Motor Speedway, Magna Core, Zolder, Lime Rock, Motorland Aragon, New Hampshire, and Slinger. Fix an issue in the multi-class AI racing where the player's grid position could be incorrect.
Someone should read
Now
the
we
middle
have
name
Spotter that we're going to look at. I have a minute and 10. Don't worry, I'm looking at it. I have a minute and 10 seconds. We're fine. We're okay. We'll get to the rest of this. We're okay. We have a ton of time. They're not kicking us out immediately.
How many laps have the previous races been pacing?
Let's see if I get this thing to load.
One was green for
One to go.
majority of it, and then the one before
We're
that
gonna
we
be on
ran
the
maybe
inside.
10 green laps.
The estimated strength of
30
steel
under caution.
is 2,436. Gonna want you to keep drinking fluids today,
I
buddy.
really
It's
hope that's
definitely
how
gonna be
this
the
race is
hottest
gonna
race
be.
we've had thus far. Pit road's closed.
Well, with the track temps being almost, what, 13 degrees, 14 degrees hotter than it was yesterday and like the week.
Waiting on the final count.
You know what's weird?
Burning
Race Lab
exercise.
is really fucking up today. I can't get it to launch my layouts. It's really strange. There it is. That took a minute.
Behind the 10. Behind the 3.
I think they are a little bit because I've had to redo a few things to get it. All right, so it is 100 degrees now, track temp.
Line up behind the 14.
It is now way hotter than it was yesterday. I don't know. We're just going to do our thing. We're going to see if it's going to work or not. Yeah, it's 100 degrees in December. Yep. It's 100 degrees in December in North Carolina. Hey, it's better than knowing Tim Fedowa as the guy who dropped the sandwich off of the Indianapolis pagoda.
Fox, here's that. Pace car's off. Be ready. Green flag. Working the bottom inside. Clear.
Rip. Oh, it's way looser today. Holy shit.
Inside, inside. Two inside. One inside. Only one. Inside, inside. Still there. Still inside.
It's so much looser now.
Clear. Inside, inside. 38.724. Still inside. All clear. Plenty fast enough to stay in the top 10. You're doing good. Inside. Quarter inside. Inside is clear. Working bottom inside. There. Still inside. Clear. Working the bottom. Still there. Still inside. 30.609. Still inside. Inside clear.
It's going to be about a race about saving your tires, I think, for sure.
Working the bottom. 30.708. Still there. Clear low. Inside. Looks clear, clear, clear.
Caution.
Inside. Clear low.
Hey, nice. Hey, 16, I don't know if you knew that, but I was outside of you. Thanks for walling me.
Still inside.
Or 13, should I say?
Still inside.
That sucks. You just walled me.
Over here in the back of the tip box.
I don't know why he walled me like that. We're done now. We're done now. Like, he already threw me in the fence.
Inside. Still there at your door inside. Still inside.
No, I can feel it. It's different.
Still there. 31.052. Door clear. P15 is the fastest car on the racetrack. 30.405. I am fucking stupid. Inside. Go inside. Where? 30.
Well, it was just one of those, like, I didn't know why he kept turning right.
Fast guys running 30.717 inside. Go inside. Still there, quarter inside. Clear low. Inside. Inside only. Go inside. Clear low. 30.747. Inside. Still inside. Clear. Inside. Clear, clear, clear. Inside. Still inside. Still inside. Clear low.
Nothing says December quite like 99 degrees in North Carolina.
Outside. Still out there. Still outside. 31.403. Clear high. Later to run up 31.084.
Happy Tuesday. I wish. I wish, Dorian. By the way, iRacing servers are shutting down for maintenance in less than 3 hours.
31.303.
Probably a few hours. I don't know. I don't know how long the build's gonna take. There's a lot to update and throw in. Ah, fucking A, Frank. He just got tight right in front of me, and I got tight in his dirty air. All right, I'm gonna focus up.
31.459.
A little bit of break, a little bit of break, a little bit of break. It's a little bit hotter than I've been used to this week. It's been in the 70s track temp, so it'd be 30 degrees warmer out of nowhere is a lot. Almost got him. Just have to get adjusted to it. It drives totally different. A lot less grip.
Go ahead, Roland.
Right, right. Okay.
Outside. Still there, outside. Clear high.
Like a
31.89.
caution in 5-4, 3, 2, 1.
Inside, quarter. In and out, no hole. Clear, clear.
Hold on, Sir Craig.
Yeah, I know, right?
.921. Doing a good job, bud. Doing a good job.
Fuck!
Inside. Still inside. 32.011. Clear if you need it. Working the bottom inside.
I'm just overdriving it. Morning.
Outside. Still outside. Still outside. Still out there. .044. Still there outside. Clear, clear. Working the bottom inside. Still inside. Still there. Still inside. 32.232. Door clear. Caution, caution. Save us a little here. Nice and smooth. Cool your tires off. Get your fans on. Braking on the front stretch. The road is closed. Going to be behind the 5.
About as much I can go on my tires right there. Interesting.
You could just slow down instead of switching from high to low and putting in the wall.
How you doing, Roland?
It's loose.
Well, I was doing better until that, y'all. But I'm doing good, Frank. You?
It's loose for sure.
Should be behind the 20.
I'm just trying to survive.
Where the fuck is the 20 and why do I need to be behind him? I have so many questions.
Would have been cool if we went green there. I was expecting it to be a 20 lap run and then burns up the shit, so I would have learned a lot there.
Open. Get behind the 20.
Chad is always doing the best he can, man.
Here we go, fellas. Pit road speed. We are 10 away. 5 away. At your mark. Now, turn in here. Turn in, turn in.
I can tell you what tires are here. 76, 77 after 27 laps. Not bad, but...
Go, go, go. Looks like you should be lining up behind this 5.
All right, P4. With the guy who stayed out. Oh boy, is he? I'm assuming he's just catching the field. I'm assuming he's just catching the field and he's not staying out. Right? Surely he was just behind the field by a long way and he just wanted to catch the field and then
What were
pit,
your
correct?
tires at? 'Cause 90 is crazy.
I think he's pitting. Yeah, it looks like that's what he's gonna do. And the guy in front of him just to wave around.
Looks like they want to share.
If you hit 90, it fucked me, eh? Yeah, I was the same as Ram 77.
I was 85, 85.
Which means the
Chad,
bottom's better.
Of course, he is tire king.
The bottom's better.
I had a lot of clean air most of that run, too.
The bottom's better for saving tire.
It does make a huge difference, and I was in a mess.
The bottom's better, but it's also because for some reason we're 20 degrees hotter for I don't know why.
Oh, I love this track tent. Love it. I like to watch people die that think they can win it on one lap and drive back to them. So no, I love this track tent.
I hate this track temp because it's not what was consistent. We were 69 to 72.
Still has the grip, it's just fucking 78 degrees. What is going on?
Yeah, it's December weather in North Carolina.
Sorry, 79 now.
Track temp of 92. Yeah.
I would say at the start of the race, it was 79, and then last week it was all 65, so that's why tires weren't as fucking crazy. Well, they were,
Yup.
but now they're even just fucking crazier.
Yeah, the track temp right now is 92.
It's hot. For what we've been racing this week,
I
it's
was in, I think,
hot.
103.
You're behind the 5.
Yeah, I was in a couple earlier that were even higher than that, I think.
Radio check, test 1, 2.
That
You
were
guys got me?
black.
How about you, Earl? You got me? Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I wish they'd keep them about
We're gonna do
125.
incentives that I'm working with today. So
It'd be fun.
I'm pretty sure
And
I ran one that was like 106 when we started.
33.904. So it looks like it'd be on the
Yeah, I was just gonna
inside.
say that my
Just hold us a little
qualified
bit.
in the last one was like 107, I believe.
All right, everybody, let's have a good one right here. Gonna be about an 11 lap
I mean, I think it'd
shootout.
be cool. I mean, I'm not the greatest at like saving, so I always like fucking green runs to see how good I do or whatnot. Still new to this shit. I've only been actually taking it serious for 3 weeks.
Oh. Gotta start somewhere. I hope Chicagoland drives a lot like this does, though.
Yeah, I could definitely agree with you on that.
Here we go, everybody.
Is that tomorrow's track?
Yeah, I think it goes here, Chicagoland, Auto Club, Kentucky, I think.
Racing cars off. You ready?
I like it switching every day.
Green flag. Great job, buddy. Nice and patient. Great job. You got it, man. Come on. You got it. Good job. 32.704. Put it on it, bud. Get it. Green lap, keep it up. P6, get us the fastest car on the track. 29.971.
That next could scared the shit out of me.
6. Doing real nice, bud. Real nice. Inside. Still inside. 30.5. 7. Still inside. Still inside. Still on the inside. Still inside.
Yep, at shower.
Clear, clear.
I'll see you later, my man.
30.808.
Gamer Kid, what's going on, my man?
Inside. White flag. Still there. 30.981.
I feel that. Go in, Chad.
Inside.
Appreciate it, man.
Still inside. Still inside.
All right, P2.
Oh, you're good, man. That's the last lap, man. You shit. Don't expect you to pull over and give me it.
P2.
Real good job this weekend, fellas. Good effort.
Great racing.
I'll happily take that.
Going to come. They're going to be forced to come, and they're going to be buried in cum.
Race round 4, guys.
Yeah, that's good stuff. It's weird. My top doesn't really work as well as it has this week, but I can hold people off.
Thank you, sir. Good race.
We come, guys.
The 4X sucked. I would have liked to have done without the 4X, but in terms of the racing, it's fine. It's just a little different. The truck reacts very differently. That last run where we went balls deep was 91.92. It definitely reacts very different to, I guess, yesterday. The way it drives is just so different. But if it works, it works. I don't know if I would have been able to hold this guy off for another couple of laps. I mean, Steven was fast. Track temp was like 92. It was really hot. Slicker. I think I was good for about 20-ish laps, maybe about 18 laps before the tires really started to hurt for me. But it's not bad. I mean, it's just... it drives very different. In yesterday's track temp with the setup, it was a lot more grippy. And I could just kind of rotate the top and keep letting off and doing my thing. I just had the same rotation over and over and over again. This one's a little bit looser. It's not horrible, but you could definitely tell that by once I started giving up time, I thought I was going to fall back. Yeah, completely different track temp. I'll take a second. From where I started 17th to 2nd. That's not a bad recovery drive. Let's see what happened to Sam here. He's going to go run this guy down directly in front of him, this blue and white truck. So here he comes. Oh, well, there he goes. Here he comes again. I guess you got to save a little bit of tire for about 10 laps and then go up to the top. Yeah, I think... I don't know how I was getting beat so bad on that last race. It was an interesting race, man. That was a fun one. It was just tight and then loose and then tight, loose. It was fun, though. I think I have to save for about 10 laps and then go from about like lap 11 onwards. I feel like maybe that's the meta strat. It's a good little fight right here, though. Decent fight. The warmer track is fun. It just makes it just a little bit more interesting, just a little bit more difficult. But it worked out for us. I mean, 17th to 2nd isn't bad, so I'll take it, especially with who was in this field. Well, I think you save your tires just long enough for the top to actually start rolling. Because now you're just moving. Because y'all don't really fight again because you're just gonna have that clean air. Like, you can't do anything. I want to see where was it? It was early. Like, there was some fuckiness that happened. Like, early. Like, I went through like 50 cars, it felt like. Where was it? The start itself was fucky. So we had all of that, right? But then there was something else that happened, like... There's something else that happened, like... there was something else that happened on the start-finish line. Like, someone got loose. And I just kind of rolled my way through everyone. I'm just trying to figure out what lap that was. It was a pretty big moment, and I cut my way through the field. I remember that happening. Yeah, Eric's really good to learn some stuff, too, from. He's fast. I'm just going to kind of king of the hill it real quickly and just speed up and try to figure out where it is, because if I just keep doing it lap after lap. It's weird, because, like, there's a lap that occurs where I passed, like, 5 people on the front straightaway. And it wasn't that start. I just don't know what lap that was. Because there was a lap that happened that I remember. I was like, oh shit, I went through like half the field.
It's time for
Justin, what's going on, my dude? Thank you so much for that raid, and good morning, my man. I could have sworn there was a lap where we like had to miss everybody. Just trying to see what's running right now. Hey, there you go. Oh Lord. That's certainly something. I'm trying to figure out what to run right now. I think we'll just do another truck. There's really nothing like week 13 that I really want to run right now. That would be, there's still a split still going, chat. Oh, did I just miss getting walled? Yeah, that was one where I just didn't understand why I got walled right there. Like, I kind of kept, like, I was there and I felt like he just kind of kept just coming up. But by that point, like, my momentum had already carried me down to his quarter panel, so. Highline's worth it, I think, if you save for the first, like, 10 laps. 10, 15 laps. Yeah, he was a bit loose. It's okay, though. We made a pretty good charge through the field. It's Charlotte, so we've had a whole week of it, so. It's just interesting how different it drives when the temperatures change by about 20 degrees. It's crazy. Heat really affects this racetrack. So I guess you want to run the bottom then. Well, Charlotte is historically, it's one of the most temperature sensitive racetracks we have. Here, Indianapolis, Homestead, kind of the three that are super temperature sensitive. That I would say that if the sun falls behind a cloud for a minute, if the sun sets in its nighttime conditions, if it's in the middle of the daytime and it's just baking, here, Indianapolis and Homestead, I'd say Auto Club too, but of the tracks that are still active in NASCAR, those are like the three that I would really say are so sensitive to any temperature changes. One moment it could be cloudy and tight, and then the sun comes out, and then it gets freer and freer and freer because it's just the track temp is just rising. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe run the bottom for a bit. How will Chicago drive? Really, it depends on the setup. Chicago historically is a very loose racetrack. They've never resurfaced in the history of their times being a racetrack, but then again, they haven't. They've only been around since 2001. Watch the caution. Yeah, okay. Can you check lap 2 or 3 for me? And let me know if that was a bad move on Roland. So Chicagoland could be really loose. Lap 2. Chicagoland can be really loose. It can be really tight. It just depends on what the setup's like. Naturally, it will get looser though if it drives how I think it's going to drive, which is going to be the tires just getting eaten alive. Chicagoland is rough. Morning, Zach. All right, I'll take a look at the caution. I'm trying to figure out lap 2 or lap 3. Let me know if that was a bad... I'm just going to watch from Roland's perspective. All right, we're on lap 3 right now. All right, here we go. It's going to be on the exit of 3 and 4. Let's take a look. Bottom comes up. Inside. That's more netcode. Because look where that bobble happens. That's I feel like that's netcode because of the reaction, because of the truck takes. Not necessarily the action that happens after, but watch that little itty bitty little wiggle he has. That's not because he's loose. I think that's because iRacing's detecting contact right. Wait for it. There. Because look how you guys are merging now. And look how right there, you two are inside of each other. Pause. That's netcode. Everyday netcode. If your truck, this is how I see netcode in these scenarios. If your trucks blend together like this, that's netcode. If your trucks don't blend together and they kind of knock off one another, then it's not netcode. That would be contact. But this is netcode due to the fact that you guys overlap into one another. No, I don't think anyone did anything wrong. You guys were each giving each other space. I just think this is just netcode that just took over. Remember, we've had netcode this week as wide as like 3 truck lengths between one another. So that's just netcode. I wouldn't say that's anyone's fault. I'd say that's just nature of the beast of a place like iRacing's netcode issues. Let's take a look at the caution. Oh, this is a huge wreck. Oh my God, this is a massive wreck. Hold on, what is the initial crash for? Am I from New York? No, I'm not. I've been to New York. Oh, he just gets loose and rip. Oh, that's a hard impact. Bruh. Oh, this is Mitchell he killed. Oh, this was Mitchell. Mitchell McLeod. So he gets loose and he just comes off the fence because it's just going to eject him out of it. Pause and AO or a New York thing. Oh, I see. But isn't it more like pause? It's not really pause, it's pause. AO. I think, Gaines, you're from New York. Are you a Yankees or a Mets fan? The last time we heard anything about, I think he's just living life, which is great for him. If he's happy living life, live life. Then I'm sorry for what you're seeing in the background and all these bobbleheads. But, yeah. You live for, oh no. So you've been in pain for months then. Oh, so you've both been in pain for months. Okay. How do you feel about Soto turning down the deal with the Yankees over going to the Mets? Keep in mind now your options are Nolan Arenado and Cody Bellinger. I mean, I don't necessarily think, Sam, you could have done anything. You were just trying to, oh, you killed him though. Oh, he died though. I mean, like, it's one of those you probably could have let off more than cut down, but I see why you cut down because of the 13. But you definitely murder the 16. There's no doubt about it, he's dead. There's no doubt about the fact that he's dead. I mean, he died. I mean, you straight on sent him head on into the fucking outside wall. He's not moving. God damn, that was violent. I mean, Soto. So here's the thing: the Dodgers didn't even offer Soto that much money. I think the Dodgers stopped at like 700. Like they didn't want to. I almost feel like the Dodgers drove the price up. I almost feel like the Dodgers drove the price up inadvertently because the Dodgers were in contention. So a few things about that is the Red Sox, I don't understand where they're sitting right now because they just lost Tyler O'Neill. They are kind of in they're in their cycle right now of they suck, but they'll eventually come back around in the AL East. Toronto, I don't understand why they went for Soto. When Toronto doesn't need hitting, they need pitching. If I was Toronto, I'd be going after Walker Buehler. I'd be going after Max Fried. I'd be going after any free agent that was a pitcher that had a decent season. If I'm the Yankees, the best worst case scenario happened for the Yankees because you get to save that money. Instead of paying one player and maybe hurting the infield, in which you need to figure out some infield pieces as well as outfield pieces, and re-signing a few guys and picking up a few guys, that saves a lot of payroll for the Yankees. The Dodgers didn't need Juan Soto. The Dodgers need to re-sign Teoscar Hernandez. And I'm fully on that train, and I won't be happy until they sign Teoscar Hernandez again, because Santa Claus could be signed to that fucking team, and I wouldn't be happy. You need your energy guys, the Kike Hernandezes, the Teoscar Hernandezes, there are pieces to a team that you need to keep together, not because of their production. In this point, Teoscar was very productive. Kike is a playoff guy, so he's productive only in the playoffs. But there's pieces that I want to stick with. As a Dodgers fan, I don't want Nolan Arenado. As a Dodgers fan, I didn't want Juan Soto. I need players that will help the team in the clubhouse. I'd like more pitching, but with Blake Snell coming on board, you're going to get Tony Gonsolin back next year. You're going to get Clayton Kershaw back healthy. The Yankees issue is they've got a taste of the World Series. I don't pay Giancarlo unless he wins a World Series. That's great. You made the World Series. You're the Yankees. Your expectation is win the World Series. And this is coming from a Dodgers fan. The expectation in New York, in Los Angeles, Boston, Chicago, well, not the White Sox, but the expectation when you go to a massive sports market is win the championship, especially New York and LA. And for the Yankees, they need to figure out a few things. They need to figure out who's playing first base. They need to figure out third base because it sounds like they really want Nolan Arenado. Cody Bellinger coming into the mix would be huge for, I think you could get a really good Cody Bellinger. And it sounds like Chicago wants to offload that contract anyway. So where should you be lifting at Chicagoland? There's a patch in 1 and 2 right beforehand. And the chain link fence also kind of changes going into 1. In turn 3, like by the light, a little bit before it. We're doing another C fix. I'm just waiting for it. I think the hard part for the Yankees is I don't know if that team goes back to the World Series again next year. Only because the expectation put on them by the sports media in New York will eat them alive and they'll do something to fuck that team up. I think LA wins 2 in a row. The only reason why, and that's not even me being a Dodgers fan, the Dodgers beat the Yankees with a team that by all accounts should not have even made the World Series, right? Everything about that Dodger team wasn't as strong as what everyone thought they were, right? No Clayton Kershaw, no Glasnow, no Dustin Mayer, Tony Gonsolin. Walker Buehler was terrible until the playoffs began. Freddie Freeman had a broken rib no one knew about, but he also had a completely fucked ankle. Mookie Betts hadn't done well going into the playoffs in a little bit. Teoscar Hernandez and the team was banged up. They didn't look good, and their pitching was not great. If the Dodgers did that, oh, and by the way, Shohei Ohtani was only playing DH last year, and he wasn't pitching yet. So if the Dodgers weren't even in their final form yet, I think they can rattle off another one pretty quickly. Going forward and rattling off another and another and another will become a different issue. But I do believe the Dodgers could probably repeat. They have every tool possible to repeat. And we haven't seen a repeat since the 99-2000 Yankees. So I don't even think Juan Soto makes the Mets a contender in the NLDS, even to the CS. I don't think, I think the Mets last year, sorry, Mets fans, you might not agree with me on this one. Their entire season was completely based on momentum, right? Things change, right? And let's not forget, I'm going to be realistic. Atlanta was really hurt last year too. If Atlanta had been healthy, they would have had 105 wins and they would have been the best team in baseball. Better than the Dodgers. We didn't get to see the Braves healthy at all last year. So there's a few things and Toronto is only going to get healthier. You can only think that Detroit's going to get better. You can only think that, Baltimore continues to stay strong. San Diego was 24 innings away from going to going pretty much to a World Series. Philadelphia is still a contender. I mean, it's not a guarantee that the Dodgers go back to the World Series next year, but if they're going to do it, we haven't seen their final form. But again, baseball is weird. And just because you're good right now and you're expected to make the World Series, right? Who knows? Maybe Ohtani goes down again, or maybe, you know, the team goes into a slump and maybe a player goes into a slump and it just hurts them real bad in the playoffs. We don't know. Like, look at the Mets when they brought in Scherzer and they brought in Verlander, and everyone said, like, look at what they're, and they got all these pieces in a few off seasons that they've had, right? Like when they got Lindor and all this, and everyone said, oh my God, the Mets, the Mets, the Mets. The Mets haven't contended in all, but like they got knocked out of the wild card 3 years ago by the Padres with the 100+ wins. Then they unloaded and they got all this talent that they traded away again because they went, oh shit, we got really good like talent, but they're old now. Now you're going to take on a Juan Soto contract that's could be in the ballpark of $800 million plus with incentives and like escalations within the contract. That's a 15-year contract. That's 15 years. A lot changes in 15 years. You know, deaths and births and illnesses and everything else in between that could happen in people's lives. On top of that, you have to stay productive for 15 years. There's only one window where he can opt out after 5 years. So if I'm the Yankees, if I'm the Dodgers, right, I'd rebuild through whatever you can in free agency. In case for the Dodgers, they don't really need to rebuild anything. If I'm the Yankees, you're probably scratching your heads a little bit more. But in the Juan Soto contract, that's one player getting a ton of money. And everyone's going to say, well, Ohtani got that much money. Well, Ohtani is a two-way player that literally has a WAR double Juan Soto's. I'm pretty sure if I look at WAR, let me look at the WAR of 2024 and see if Ohtani's WAR is better than Soto's. And if you want to know what WAR is, it's wins above replacement. So Aaron Judge led in, I don't know how Aaron Judge led in 2024 in WAR when he fucking was a magician in the playoffs and disappeared. But Aaron Judge's WAR in 2024 was 10.8. Shohei Ohtani's was 9.2. Juan Soto was 7.9. If that gives you an indication of where they're at. Juan Soto was behind Gunnar Henderson, or sorry, he was behind Gunnar Henderson, Jared Duran in WARs. Judge is another thing. Judge is going to be the scapegoat for a while until the Yankees win another World Series. If you're a Knicks fan, Aaron Judge is the Carmelo Anthony of the Knicks. Or of the Yankees. Think of those Knicks teams in like the early 2010s where you were sitting there going, okay, like they actually have a chance. And I think they've only went to the playoffs once. But that was in that Jeremy Lin season. I like the move with Cat going to New York. It looks like it's working. The Knicks are like, yeah, New York looks good. I'm a Lakers fan, so I don't want to talk about it. We're fucked. The thing is, the Lakers have a really good offense. They can't play fucking defense. They literally can't play defense. It's like they just allow teams to score. La Captain America is taking a nap right now. They're just so bad on any transition defense, on any help defense. They don't talk. When the thing is, AD's doing, like, he's actually playing well. It's just the problem is there's no help. But when you still don't have Vanderbilt, you still don't have the team as cohesive as possible. Track temp. Weather is 78 ambient, so I would assume track temp is probably 106. Yep. Okay. Hot. No, I think the Knicks do well. I think the Knicks do quite well. I think the East is a little bit weaker than the West, but they'll make the playoffs. They shouldn't not make the playoffs. Oh, I can check fantasy. I think fantasy finally updated. Hold on. Am I in the playoffs right now for this week's playoffs, or did I get fucked? Come on, show me the playoffs. Show me the playoffs. Damn. Chat, I worked my dick off. Absolutely worked my cock off. To get on a 4-game winning streak. I have unfortunate news for everybody. We've been eliminated from the playoffs. We are now in the consolation bracket. We finished 7-7. We literally finished 7-7, but we don't make the playoffs because the team that made the playoffs finished 7-7, but had the tiebreaker. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams. Hold on. You need to see this. These are the teams in the playoffs right now. These 4. Look at everyone else. No, this is fantasy football. I went on a 4-game winning streak just to get knocked out of the playoffs at 500. Yeah, you want to know how well I have a minute 13. You want to know how well my team did last week? Hold on. Look at this shit. Look what Puka got me last week for points. Yep. I went on a goddamn run. No one to cheer for. You hate to see it. You really do.
A 1 to go. I believe it'll be on the inside. The estimated strength of field is
definitely having
426. Just remember, exiting pit road, so you enter 1. A little difficult for me. If that gets difficult towards the end of the race, Earl, we'll send Malik down there, and Malik can spot.
It's interesting. It's not.
Still waiting on 2 cars to grid. Closed.
Yeah, Caps or Race Lab is definitely having some issues here. Like, they're having issues. I can't launch my relative on my end. So I don't know where the hell I'm starting. So 15th, I guess. I can see chat. I can see everything else. I just can't see my relative. I have to look up for that. So fuck it. Can you guys let me know when we're halfway in this race then? Tyreek's 11th child led a stacked team. My Giants suck. The only one I watched was Giants versus the Cowboys and we lost. Hey, but you got Tommy DeVito just existing. Could be worse. You could be a Jets fan thinking that Aaron Rodgers is actually going to turn your team around. I wouldn't want to watch the Giants either.
Be on the ball, man. Do our thing tonight, boss man. Be ready. Green. Inside, clear. Outside, outside. Door outside, clear.
Try to save some tires here. Yeah, I mean, the Giants are kind of fucked.
39.366.
Swoosh.
Oh my, hey, thanks for the sub to the YouTube side of things. I appreciate that, Prosser Motorsports. Welcome, welcome. I got some videos coming out in the next couple of days from races that we've done. By the way, we are live streaming both on Twitch and YouTube if you guys were interested. Over twitch.tv/rentsthefence or YouTube at rentsthefence. I don't know if we're going to be able to come back from this, but I'm going to try to save some tires.
Swoosh.
Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that as well. Thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that. Good morning. The Rams are weird because the Rams beat the Bills, but they didn't look good enough to beat the Bills.
Inside, 31.41. Still there. Clear low.
10-4, thank you.
That last lap that you ran there, that was really, really nice.
They do? Oh, interesting.
30.84.
Well, I think the Rams could still win the West.
Fast guys running 30.568.
The West is kind of wide open right now. That's the thing. No one's good enough to win the West outright.
Thank you.
It is. I'm a big Seb fan. I haven't changed it since his last race.
31.038.
Sad Seb noises. It's true. I want Seb to come back. So badly.
.003.
10-4, thank you. Yeah, man, Seb, the dominance of Seb was pretty fun to watch. Just a shame he couldn't win with Ferrari. Says every Alonso fan as well. Can you let me know when it gets to about like lap 21 or so, please?
Leaders running 31.592.
G'day, what's going on, my man? Downtime is in the next 2 hours, less than that. Probably like hour and a half. Championship Seb was fun, man. If you thought Max Verstappen, and Max is really dominant. If you thought Max was really dominant, Seb at, like Red Bull Seb. Let's just say there was a Singapore qualifying session in 2013 that happened in which he didn't even take part in the second running of Q3. His first lap time was so fast, he sat in the pits and watched everyone else go out there, and they couldn't beat him. So he celebrated with his team like a legend, instead of going out and doing a second lap. $10-4. Thank you.
31.448.
Well, if you're brand new to F1, so F1 itself always has dominant drivers. Lewis Hamilton, Vettel, Schumacher. Even the 2 years Alonso was winning his championships. It's very rare you get those like seasons. Even this year was kind of rare where you get this many winners.
31.567. Looking at bottom inside. Still there. Still inside. Clear low. front stretch.
Well, that was a save.
31.734. Fast guys are running 31.917. Zip 7 is the leader.
Bump coming here, Roland. Let's go. Never mind, that's a wall.
All right.
Do you believe that Max taking over Hamilton has brought the most viewers? I don't think so. I think 20. So here's the thing. F1 hit a perfect, like, spot with COVID where everyone was home and Drive to Survive was a thing on Netflix. Come on up, Roland. I got you. I'll be taking my line away, though.
Inside. 20 laps to go. Still there. Inside. There. 32.103. Inside. No hole. 2 wide inside. Braking on the back stretch. 1 inside.
Oh.
Caution. How you doing in there, kid? Pit road is closed. What's going on, buddy?
I think he got loose below me, Roland. All of that work just to get turned.
Alright, so we're going to have to come around the 15. Alright, looks like you're going to be lining up behind the 10.
I think he got loose below me.
What I don't understand is you catch people from 30 seconds back. That is what it is.
Yes, sir.
They go burn their shit. And then they think, oh, I ain't letting him around me. No, we're going to die before he passes me.
Yeah, I think he just got loose when we went 3 with him. I was just about to make that top work. That was a perfect lap to start going. They were all starting to struggle in front of us. That's a bummer. I'm gonna say we got about 45 seconds worth of damage.
5 away. At your mark. Now, come on, man. Turn it. Nice and smooth here. Leaving on me.
Oh, too far forward, my dick. Yeah, we're done. We're gonna get going again, but we're hurt. Let's see what happens. I think he just gets loose. Up, up, up. Yeah. Yeah. That's rough. I think the US audience has been consistently growing, but they're going to start hitting a stunt in their growth of their audience. I was 85, 86. Because if it, well, it depends. If it goes like how this year has gone, I don't think they will.
Same here.
If it goes the same way that this year has gone, I think that they could get more of an audience. But if it starts going back in the other direction again, I think people will get bored and give up on the sport.
You ready?
I think the US has made great strides. F1's made great strides in terms of growth in America.
Go, man, go. Go, man, go.
Yeah, that's just a rough one. I went to his outside and I was like, I timed it perfectly.
One to go. You're on the outside, it looks like. You be lining up behind him, Kate.
I don't like... I wish F1 would take the DRS away, personally. What chat do you use to show the... I use... What's it called? Caster Labs, I think is the name of it. Actually, it needs to be on. Give me a second. I think that's it right there. But I need to turn Caster Labs on. The F1 Academy cars are too slow to watch. The big thing that F1 needs to work on is making the bodies narrower. What's the best overlays to see Twitch chat on my full screen in game? Full screen? I'm doing borderless window full screen to get caps to work. I think it will. I think Lewis will bring viewership for as long as he's in the sport. After he leaves, I don't know what that's going to look like. I think he does drive a lot of viewership.
Green flag. Inside 59.041. Leaders at a 34.005. Outside.
Well, they're dead.
Caution is out. What can we do to try to help it if we do get another restart? Closed.
I'm gonna go fix the rest of my damage.
Well, we lived through that one.
Yeah. Not them though.
No, they did. They did. Vote for Pedro.
Well, it's not even like Grosjean is the example of narrow. They need to go narrower for the bodies to race at certain tracks. I think the car is too wide. I think the wheelbase is too wide. Unless they shorten the wheelbases, but they do need to make the cars narrower for certain tracks. Like Monaco is impossible to pass. Like if you went to like an F3 body, I think you can make it work. Which I understand they're crumple zones because they're going faster too. All right, I'll see you later, there, Fraulein. But they're carrying more speed than an F3 car does. I'm gonna go fix the rest of my damage now.
I was surprised. I only had 38 seconds. I got it too.
5 away.
I got like a minute and 15 somehow.
Your mark now. Turn in. Come on. Right here. And you're going to have to rip the lower front portion off of it and then cut the top portion off. We'll just finish up as best we can.
Well, I think the Halo has a lot more to do with a lot of the impacts that have saved lives. I mean, having a wider body does help for absorbing impacts, but the Halo does a lot more. 10-4, thank you. Monaco needs shorter for bodies than one street race with it. Well, it's just like Monaco is the prime example of you can make that track work with certain cars.
We should be behind them 13.
I think a lot of people will say like, oh yeah, well, how wide the car is saved Grosjean's life. I genuinely believe it doesn't matter how wide that car is. The Halo is the only reason why Grosjean survived. Because if that's not the Halo, even the roll hoop going through the barrier, the Armco, I don't think that's enough to stop his head from going into the Armco. I think the Halo is the only reason. Oh, is it? All right, give me a minute. I think the Halo is the only reason why he survived. Oh, 100%. The only thing that helped in Grosjean's case with the wider body is it absorbed a lot more of the impact than he probably would have absorbed in a much narrower body. That would probably be the only thing that I would say benefited him. 10-4 lap 28. You watched the Porsche FIA at Monaco this year and it was good hard racing. Oh, what, a Porsche Cup? Yeah, Monaco with the right car is good. Monaco with the right car is good. The only thing with narrowing a car like that is obviously the feet, right? Well, the Hans definitely help save a driver's life in that sort of situation, but they all play a part. I think the only reason why they don't consider the aero screen is due to the ventilation. I feel like the drivers don't want to be enclosed in especially with like the heat that they're already having go through their butts. Like the Mercedes drivers were complaining a lot this year about heat, right? Oh, like the seat's too hot, the seat's too hot, I am dying in this car. If you blocked off all ventilation to the driver, I feel like they'd be complaining a lot more about heat. I don't know where the fuck to go.
0, 5, door quarter clear. Outside. Outside.
Oh, come on.
Still out there.
Because, like, remember Qatar and how, like, hot that was for them? Oh, please don't. I think they'd be dying with the aero screen.
3.70, 3, clear. Side. Still there, your door. Still inside, stay with him. Still inside. Clear.
And IndyCar drivers aren't really like, they're okay with what they got for the aero screen, but even they're saying like they're still hot. So they haven't really like perfected a way to ventilate the driver in IndyCar as well as they can yet. So I feel like that's a big thing. Yeah, the cool suits are going to be interesting, but the cool suits can also fail. They do, but I don't think it still helps as much as, like... The problem is, they go to really hot fucking places in the summer, like Hungary, for example. I'd much rather have the car look ugly and have the ability to have air just straight up hit me in the fire suit than be absolutely encapsulated and hoping you're getting some ventilation. Like, I can only imagine Hungary in, like, the summertime, or, like, God forbid they have another situation like Qatar again where it's broiling and they're just sitting in that going, oh my fucking God. Cool suits are amazing. The problem with the cool suit is they're amazing until they fail. And then they're not as amazing. They hurt a lot. The other thing with an aero screen that you have to take into consideration outside of its look is how it completely changes the aerodynamics of the race car. That now becomes another piece of the puzzle in which the air can move around it. And the air will change around it, so that's another dynamic, and maybe it makes it to where you can't pass as easily.
30.6, 8.
10-4. I'm assuming the open wheel guys are probably maybe around that same temperature, but they're not conditioned for 3 or 4 hours. They're only like, F1's only conditioned for 90 minutes. I would assume they're pretty, maybe not the same, but it's hot. You're conditioned differently. Even endurance drivers, like, they're only conditioned to go for like so long before they're swapped out for a different driver. NASCAR is just different because NASCAR, you're doing 3 to 4 hour races.
30.868
I think the heat is probably just different in terms of how they deal with it. Like a driver in NASCAR, I feel like because you're lowered to the ground in like in an open wheel car, I feel like you're getting a lot more of the track heat as well that's generated up into your butt. I feel like it's just different in terms of how you are affected by the heat. Like Indy 500, you're lower to the ground than a stock car is. Ten four. I can believe it. That's not bad to only lose 4 IR.
White flag. Got slow car in front of you on the bottom.
All right, truck came to life. They're late, but
Wait, got some good ones. Good win, Justin.
Checker flag. You did a really good job there. Nice run, man.
yeah, I mean it's true. But I think I would take 115 degrees being like hit right at you at the speed that you're being hit at, than to have just no air at all, where it's just stillness. I would much rather have air that's constantly blowing, even if it's warm air. It's better than having no air blow at you. Even if you have a tube like they do like for IndyCar now, where you clip it and it goes in the air, it gets redirected into like your helmet and all that. I would much rather like to be hit with some air flow than to be having just no air whatsoever coming in and over. You're completely just, I mean, your training changes and I think over time you adapt to it, but it wouldn't be pleasant. It wouldn't be pleasant. It's like, honestly, you know what it's like? It's like driving in the summertime in your car, but you don't turn the AC on. You turn the heater all the way up, but then you have one fan that's pumping cold air or cold-ish air. It's not cold, 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 like 70-degree air. It's still warm air, but it's cooler air. But take that, like, imagine making like a ducting system with a hose that goes like to your head. Or like it gets clipped on your shirt and it's blowing on your face, but everything else is hot. That's what would be the aero screen, I think. Yeah, plus the fire suit, plus the gloves, plus a helmet. Everyone says they want to be a race car driver until they have to deal with it. Remember Gregor Hutu when he did his test, and I think it was Skip Barber. Must have been a Skip Barber, I think. And he threw up due to heat exhaustion. And many consider him one of the greatest sim racing drivers. It's definitely, man, Roland, we were flying, but we'll get him in the next one.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. And Caleb, I just looked. No, the only thing you didn't get loose. The only thing I could say that you could have done, and we would not have never made contact, because I knew we were three, is you should have been up closer to Rent. If you look at the replay, You are way too low.
You mentioned earlier as well they are closer to the ground and more open, so the heat bouncing off some of the track's tarmac is probably a thing. Yeah, it's just you get all the heat that just bouncing straight back up into your butt. Like if you listen to any like Lewis Hamilton audio or even George Russell, like they're probably the two biggest like complainers. When I mean complainers, I don't mean that in like a condescending way, but they've constantly complained about the heat going into their butt. Just because of how hot certain tracks are and how like sometimes that they bounce on certain tracks too. Like like maybe sometimes you wear the floor down a little bit more or you heat that floor up too doing that. Yeah, it's not fun. So, I mean, like the aero screen is just, I think the aero screen is great aesthetically, but if it were me, I'd much rather take what F1 has. Just if I was in an like IndyCar for the 500, imagine that for an example. Indiana in May can be anywhere from the abnormal cold to really fucking hot, really fast, right? And humid. George is also tall for an F1 standards. I don't know how much of a factor that is. Only thing that would be a factor is how they build the cockpit for him and where the center of gravity is for him compared to someone like Lewis. I work with an open wheel style car as an engineer in training, though it isn't super low to the ground or anything fancy. I can tell you that track temp does play a factor in heat in the car. It's not huge in our car. However, in F1, I can imagine it's grim. Yeah, like if we go back in time to Qatar last year, 23, when like Logan Sargent was struggling and Lance Stroll literally stumbled his way into an ambulance after the race, and drivers were so exhausted and just beyond exhausted due to heat exhaustion, more so than Singapore, which many consider to be the hottest race of the season. Yeah, they must have been frying in there. I could imagine, because the abnormality in the Qatar weekend was it was so humid. Remember, Bahrain also used to be run in the daytime for the first couple of years before they installed lighting and they ran at night. Remember, F1 used to run like 04, 05, I think until like 2010, I feel like was all at in the daytime. They used to run that race during the daytime. I think 2004 was the first race, and it was, I think, the hottest race in the history of F1 until recently, until like Qatar or something like that. Or I think Bahrain still is the hottest race in the history books. Bahrain Day was a mistake. Give me a second, because Wikipedia will tell me how hot that race was. 2005 Bahrain Grand Prix was the hottest Formula One race in history with an air temperature of 42.6 Celsius. F. And that's ambient. That's ambient, which means the track is probably maybe 40 degrees hotter than that. Which means the drivers are probably roasting at about 130, maybe 150. That would be my only thought process. That would be my only thought process, is that they would be like 130, 150. But, yeah, I mean, that's why they run, like, if they ran in the daytime in Jeddah, they'd be fucked. Or if they ran in the daytime in Abu Dhabi, I think they'd be fucked. Maybe not in December, but, like, when was Bahrain that part of the year? April? That's still pretty warm, but... Daytime Qatar in the middle of summer? No, now you're asking for them to die. Daytime Jeddah? No, I'm good. Well, remember, there was that race in Dallas in '84 where it was hot as shit. Where, like, the track was literally melting from the cars going over the track. It was disintegrating the racetrack. Back in 1984. Yeah, and Mansell passed out pushing his car across the start-finish line. Yep, pushing his Lotus, I think it was. Yeah. It was so hot in 1984 that the track was falling apart. I can probably find it here. 1984 Dallas Grand Prix. The 67 lap race was held in very hot weather on a disintegrating track that was won by Keke Rosberg. The event was conceived as a way to demonstrate Dallas's status as a world-class city and overcame 100-degree Fahrenheit, 38 Celsius heat, a disintegrating track surface, and a weekend-long rumors of its cancellation. Afternoon qualifying saw temperatures continue to rise past 38 Celsius or 100 degrees, and Goodyear recorded its highest track temperature in their 20 years of racing at 66 degrees Celsius or 150 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah. There was a lot of car issues in that race. In a 2022 statement to D Magazine, someone said that the July date for that Dallas Grand Prix was chosen to minimize the possibility of rain during the event and expressed regret that the organizers did not adequately anticipate the effects of Texas summer heat on the event generally and the pavement specifically. I think they repaved it like a day before the race because they kept, like, the track was literally disintegrating so fast that they repaved it because they, like, the street was literally breaking apart. And that was in the age of ground effect cars in F1. So think about how hot those cars are, like, in terms of heat. Those are ground effect race cars. So they're as low to the ground as you can possibly think. And I think turbo is also in play in the 1980s at this point. So you have the turbo and ground effect happening at the exact same time. Yeah. So 150 degree track or 150 degree track temp. With the turbos going and going. It was the turbos. I think ground effect were already banned at that point, though. In 80, was ground effects already banned by 84? All right, let me see what you got here. Rents, what was the blue and... Huh? My video? What are you trying to... Where in my video are you looking? Ground effects were banned in 83. Okay, so a year before. Okay. So it was just banned. 83 was Chapman's Crazy Lotus that year. The tib was in... Was that the 84? Was that the year that Martin Brundle was disqualified from the world champ or his... Or, you have blue in your race cam. That was an LED. Oh, that little LED. Yeah. That little box. That was a little until it just randomly broke on me. I literally hit it with my elbow and it exploded. Not like exploded as in like caught fire, it exploded, but like it broke apart. It was the weirdest thing I've ever seen. But I like that little thing. That's a little LED box. He's asking about this. I'll show you. He's asking about this thing. Yeah, eye flags. They're awesome. I got mine from a dude in Germany. He was like, hey, you want to have this? I was like, sure. So he sent me one. It was awesome. And then it broke. I would love another one of those. That was really cool. Yeah, that's the race that Verstappen got yeeted in, by the way. I still have that hat. Technically, I think there's a store that sells that hat, technically, online. I forget which merch store has it, though. Let's go through. You know what we never got through? Give me a second. No, we never... where is it? Oh, what the fuck? I gotta go to the forums. We were talking about... Here, the release notes. Here we go. Where were we? Okay, so this is where we're at in terms of the release notes. Let's keep going for a little bit on this. I'm also going to turn off the chat, at least for the moment, on the screen. So therefore, we can talk about this. Also, this is a great song. All right, so let's keep going with where we're at in terms of the release notes for 2025 Season 1. We can talk racing and everything else as we go along, but where we left off was the spotter, the updated spotter stuff. The spotter has audited some of its AI driver school classes and has become more versed in racing knowledge. He will use this newfound know-how to better inform you of the damage state of your car and know how the damage may impact your driving ability. This includes the following new spotter calls and updates. Engine damage, so engine power loss, including slight, severe, and totaled. Aerodynamic damage, top speed reduction, downforce reduction, and oversteer or understeer effects. Wheel damage, grip reduction, and wheel alignment changes. We were out there with some scrub who didn't know it. Exactly. We had scrub spotters, man. Now look at us. They've graduated. These new messages will only play if the spotter chattiness is set to high. Some of the existing messages about damage have been moved from high to medium chattiness. So if you want to know about any of these, like your engine, aerodynamic, or wheel damages, you have to have your chattiness set in iRacing to high for the spotter. Also, the Spanish Italian spotter packs have been updated. Pit stops. The auto fuel system has been added to all cars that were missing it. Some vehicles do not have auto fuel either by design or for other reasons, including dirt oval cars do not refuel, so you will not need to put fuel inside of a dirt oval car. The McLaren MP4-30 is by design. Both the Mercedes W12 and 13s will not have auto fuel because you can't fuel an F1 car anymore. The Porsche Mission R is electric, so no need to fuel it. The Super Formula cars is also by design, which you cannot refuel the car. And also fixed an issue where fuel fill amounts were sometimes silently modified during driver swaps. Okay. Let's talk about graphics, because graphics were also a big conversational piece of 2025, it looks like. They've greatly improved the specular reflectivity rendering for all objects in the simulation, providing greater color value and reducing a whitewashing effect that could occur. This was a long-standing graphics issue where specular maps were essentially double exposed. by the sun in cube maps, causing some blown out, whitewash, or milky tone in many textures. This also fixes an issue where you could see the sun in reflections on surfaces that were completely in shadow, where there should be no sun visible. Specular rendering is now much more realistic with a greater range of intensity available. Dynamic track rendering is now always enabled within the simulator to ensure the proper experience with rain and track debris. Low shaders are now available to be used at any times as they are not dependent on dynamic track rendering being enabled. The graphics for anti-aliasing have been updated to be more intuitive. Anti-aliasing AA options include off, FXAA, SMAA, and MSAA. Multi-sample anti-aliasing has its own subset of graphics. Each of these settings are now orange to convey a simulation restart is required for these effects to take place. Higher quality filtering options have been added for MSAA. These filters consider a large number of MSAA samples to improve quality without increasing cost during geometry rendering. Filtered MSAA times 2 should, in most cases, match the old MSAA times 4. Options available include times 2, times 4, and times 8. Sharpness of the filter can be tweaked using the filter options: simple, soft, natural, and sharp. The legacy option is available as the simple filter. There's a lot of shit that they changed. Other things that they've changed: tone mapping has been improved to better match the format expected by non-HDR monitors. Screen space ambient occlusion has been heavily optimized. Sky rendering has been updated to improve effect resolution. The distortion effect of water shaders is now reduced if the water is more shallow. Fixed an issue where we are filtering lighting in our cube map as well as downsampling. Fixed an issue in cloud rendering that was causing clear skies to not be as clear as they should be. Fixed an issue that could cause odd lighting of crowds. There's so much here that if you want to know more about it, I'll just give you the link as well. This is it. If you want to know more about it, there's so much here. But let's keep moving on. Audio has been... What's going on there, VCM? Audio has been updated. Audio spatial separation has been optimized for cockpit view cameras. The in-car stereo and surround camera and surround array have now been improved with a wider soundstage to allow for a truer representation of our sound recordings, which are largely done in 360 or binaural formats. This enhances realism in your driving auditory experience for all sound systems, ranging from headsets to stereo speakers to surround sound systems. I had FM radio the whole time. My guy, you're about to get Sirius XM sound quality now, motherfucker. All members now have the audio API set to X audio. It is necessary. Direct sound can still be used in setting in the app INI file. After running simulator in the app INI file, it's going to be the Dev Speaker API, which now becomes Dev Speaker API Select with a value of 2. If you need to use direct sound for your hardware to function, change this value to 1. A volume slider has been added to the replay options menu to control the volume in replay. Curb sounds at high speed for cameras inside the cockpit have been improved. They've also fixed an issue where code clock smash could be triggered whenever any audio device properties were changed, and fixed a rare issue where X Audio 2 crashes. They've updated the replay they've updated the processing for replays that were captured with vehicles still using original damage model, and fixed an issue where the replay camera could violently shake. How violent are we talking? Like violent? Other things. These are the cars and their updates, the GTP cars. Let's start with them because they're going to be the first of the series to have their big kickoff in 2025 because Daytona, everybody, is right around the corner, probably about a month and a little bit more away. So the GTPs now correctly use the MGUK well in the pits, except for the Ferrari 499P. The tire model and parameters have been updated. Convention cooling for tires have been updated. Rain tires have been updated. Plank shapes have been updated to better match real-world skid positions. And pit scripts have been updated to allow changing of any 2 tires for the same time cost, reduced overall time variance, and aligned refueling rate to real-world rules. 40 seconds is what it will take to fill a tank of full of fuel. So you can change any 2 tires now. If you really wanted to, chat, you can change the right rear. Oh, I wanted to mute that. That's what I wanted. This is easy. This is just talking about more explanations for the cars. Interesting. The Cup cars got a reworked aerodynamic damage penalties to provide greater downforce loss and reduced drag penalties. Also, if your engine or wheels sustain any heavy damage, it may be beyond your pit crew's skills to repair. You're toast. They probably just made that car way too fragile, but we'll see. Garage tooltips have been updated to explain the rear and gear ratios, have limited selections at many tracks. They've also fixed an issue where hood flaps were not deforming correctly with open or damaged, and fixed a driver animation hiccup. I don't like this. They reworked the aerodynamic damage penalties to provide greater downforce loss and reduced drag penalty. So does that mean if I'm going to get door checked, I'm going to get fucked up? I have a feeling that's not going to go exactly the way that we're going to want that to go. But we'll see. The 87 cars, the dashboard metal color has been improved and their setups have been updated. The trucks have also been reworked for their aerodynamic damage penalties to provide greater downforce loss and a reduced drag penalty. And the same thing as the Cup car. If you sustain any heavy damage to the wheels or engine, you're done. They've also done the exact same thing with the gear end ratios, and they've updated their setups and the Xfinity series as well. We also get the brand new supercars, everyone. The Australian supercars, brand new. The new Ford, the new Camaro, both coming out. Since it's the new generation of supercars, customers who had purchased either the supercars Ford Mustang GT or supercars Holden ZB Commodore prior to the 2025 season 1 release on December the 10th have received iRacing credits based on how recently they completed the purchase. If a customer owned both cars, he or she received credits independently for each car based on the date of purchase. Customers can view the iRacing credits they were awarded, if any, in the My Account history, gifts received history. iRacing credits are awarded based on the following purchase timeline history. If you purchase the car within the last 90 days, I purchased mine about a week before or a few days before the 1000, so I think I fall within the 90 days still. You will get 100% back on your purchase, so you'll get refunded all the credits for that car. If you got any of those 2 cars within 91 to 180 days, you get 75% of your purchase. If it was within 181 to pretty much the rest of the year, it's 50% of the purchase. But if you bought your car, let's say in 2023, for example, if you're a year out of purchase, you will not get any credits back since you bought it way too late and you've had that car for too long. AI drivers are now fully trained to race these vehicles already. These drivers are rain racing ready. These cars have a separate rain tire set optimized for performance in the wet. There is currently a known issue where swapping to rain tire compound during a pit stop does not actually swap to the rain tire compound. Instead, a new set of dry compound tires are applied. We're still teaching the pit crew the difference, but rest assured we'll have this patch remedied immediately or imminently. Then why are you releasing it? Why would you let me know about a issue like that? Okay, fuck it. Fuck it. You know, it's not as bad as Microsoft Flight Sim. We have the new Acura NSX GT3 Evo as well that's coming. ARCA Gen 4 rev limit parameters for D-Box and external lights have been updated, and the ARCA Menards Chevrolet, their setups have been updated. We also get the BMW M2 CSR, which, by the way, is also going to be an eligibility for a pace car as well as being able to race. So you can now consider this. iRacing will have this as a pace car as well if you select it. So here's the brand new CSR. Rain tires have been updated for the BMW GTP. The GTP cars have pretty much got the same thing. Rain tires have been updated. Aero has been updated. Ride height sensors have been updated in the bottom of the skids of axle center lines. Pit exit sounds have been improved. Fixed an issue where windshield wipers were shaking if driver arms were disabled. That's probably easier. How about this? The LMP2 is getting a complete rework. A full-scale vehicle systems revamp has been completed for 2025 Season 1 to suit the IMSA 2024 LMP2 rule set. Dry and wet tire model and parameters updates, along with a significant reduction in the tire warmer temperatures to 35 degrees Celsius. Take it easy on that outlap now, everybody. Aerodynamics and ride height measurement points have been reevaluated. This results in significantly reduced ride height sensitivities. Please review the aero calculator in the garage for more information. The low downforce package is now only available and forced to be used at Le Mans. Also, look how they've worded this. It's no longer anything but Le Mans. Interesting. They're actually calling it Le Mans now. Without dive planes fitted. Collision holes have been adjusted to coincide with the updated ride height sensor locations at the front and rear of the vehicle plank center line. Mass and inertia properties have been refined to suit a minimum weight of 950 kilograms. Engine parameters have been adjusted to suit the new lower rev limits to 8,000 RPM for first, 5 gears, and 8,500 RPM for sixth gear. Shift lights have been adjusted to suit. Gearbox shift timings have been updated for short stack gear options that have been removed. Increased range of differential ramp options. The brake system, which has been refined with new brake pad definitions and the addition of optional master cylinder options. The suspension geometry has been refined and setup options simplified. Power steering option range has been reduced to 5.1 line with the vehicle technical manual. Damper ranges have been expanded. Garage setups options, tech tips, and layout have been revised. Pit stop refueling time has been adjusted to meet the 2024 rules, and rear wing angles are now adjustable in the pit stops. Fix an issue where the front tires could disappear when viewed from the same cockpit cameras, and fixed iRacing setups, or they've updated their iRacing setups to better go along with 2025. This is going to be a massive download. And I'm not even done yet, chat. We still haven't even gotten to the new Ferrari we're getting. We're getting the brand new 499.
Keep drinking fluids today, buddy. It's definitely gonna be the hottest race we've had thus far. Closed. The road's closed.
I can't believe we're already getting the hypercar.
Line up behind the 13.
Oh, it's gonna be a big download.
Looks like you'll be lining up behind the 10.
You don't?
some slack.
Set you back 30 years or so?
Definitely gave me some gray hairs.
This update's gonna be big today.
It's my third or fourth race back after I got my hip replaced. I'm still trying to get used to having 2 normal-sized legs, so
Oh.
trying to take it easy.
Take it easy. Take it
Surprisingly,
easy.
I'm doing better, though. I might just get the other one done. There's nothing wrong with it. It's to be faster.
Do they have wiener replacement?
Huh?
Man, I wish.
I think the update's so big, Ren, they got to shut the service down for it.
It'll be shut down for a while today, I think. They just reworked the whole LMP2 on top of it.
Green flag.
Sorry about that, guys.
I think Le Mans coming back next year, chat, to iRacing. The fact they're calling it straight up Le Mans on the forums is interesting to me. I know that's something that people are going to probably overlook, but legally they haven't even been able to call it Le Mans. And now we're getting a hypercar?
9-7. Outside.
I think we're getting closer and closer. Good morning, Tony. I think we're getting closer and closer. Maybe to the return of the 24 Hours of Le Mans officially being back on iRacing. Technically, there is a 24 Hours of Le Mans that
Still outside.
you can do on iRacing already, but you can't do with like hypercars because we don't have hypercar. We have GTPs.
You're clear, clear. Inside, inside. Clear, clear, clear.
We'll go over the rest of the build after this race because the servers are going to be shutting down right after, pretty much in the next hour. Less than that now. We're probably about 40 minutes away, a little 45 minutes away. No, bad.
30.642. Green lap.
I'm doing all right, man. I'm still fighting a little bit of a kidney stone, but I'm all right. I started a little bit later because the wind started howling, so I had to take things down in the backyard. But we're good now. How you doing there, Tony? I would love to have Le Mans back next year. My wind usually barks. Thank you. You got one wild wind.
Great job, buddy. Great job. Fire forward, man. We can get these guys. The gap 1.
Can you let me know, Gamer Kid, when I get to about like lap 17 or so? For whatever reason, I can see my track map. I know what position I'm in off my track map. I can't see my position or what lap we're on like my relative. It doesn't exist on Race Lab right now. It's really strange. Ten 4. Thank you.
30.851. pressure and keep digging. The gap is 1.5.
I have dueling spotters. Oh.
30.832.
I'm just trying to run on the bottom for a little bit. It seems like I'm able to save tire on the bottom. I think the colder the temperature, the better it is for me to run the top. Oh, that would be interesting. Coop to the top. I will once the tires start burning for everybody else. They're already struggling in front of me.
30.879. Leaders out of 30.844.
They might wreck right in front of me. That gray truck just went all the way up like 3 lanes. Yeah, they're about to wreck. It's gonna suck because they're gonna take me completely out of this race. I've been rocking it since he retired. No, just I mean, I did try the Logitech one at E3 a few years ago. Just to see what it's all about. Oh yeah, we're about to wreck. Nothing special.
One inside, 31.149. Still inside.
Well, thank you.
All good.
But I haven't tried any other direct drives outside of the Thrustmaster that one day with the Logitech. I wasn't impressed with the Logitech stuff, though. Felt like a toy to me. All right, 10-4. I'm on 17 now. We'll go over some stuff, but I probably won't. It's 5 a.m., so I'll probably turn in here in a little bit. That's a caution. If he saves that, wow, that was a save.
Man, it's like fucking impossible to make that fast down low. I don't know why, but it is.
All right, let's start running the top to the end of the race.
Inside. Still there, door. 31.4. 6-4. Leaders are running 31.4. 9-7. Still inside. The 2 is the leader. Clear if you need it. Working the outside. Still out there. Still out there. Quarter. Clear. .431. Caution's out. Any thoughts on pitting or staying out?
It never fails.
Closed right now.
I'm just happy it went that long.
So it starts to get fun every single time.
Yep.
All right, my man. We got 20 laps to go.
Literally never fails. Don't even know why I'm bothering saving tires if we're just gonna keep losing talent.
Nope. Happens every time.
Pit road is open. They pit will pit if they fail,
Literally
fail.
never fails to amaze me how we keep losing talent. We've been racing this damn track for well over a week now. I would have thought by now we would have had some green flag running all the way through.
I've had a couple green flag runs all the way through, and I've had other ones we got 8 cautions. Seems they're grab bags.
Absolutely no reason why 8 days in we're still having cautions like that. I'm sorry, that's just so frustrating.
5 away. At your mark now. Come on, man. Turn it. You're going to leave on me. Do not leave on the track.
Well, nothing else matters now. I was 90-89.
Go.
I'll give you the wheel cam here. I was 90-89 on my tires, everybody.
And what place were you running?
7th.
Teach me how to do it, brother.
I was just running the bottom trying to save my tires until pretty much like lap 17, and then I just started pushing. I just kind of followed what Roland was doing from a race ago, and it worked, so.
Yeah, I was trying to run the bottom too, dude. It's fucking so hard to pass somebody that's running the high line once you get a few laps on your tires. Or for me, it is.
It's all about the exit. If you don't overdrive the exit, you're golden. I think too many people worry about the entry. Which then hurts your entire rest of the race because now you're going to be pushing on the exit. Or worse, you're going to be loose on the exit depending on how you're getting back to the throttle, and then it becomes undrivable regardless.
No, yeah, my problem was as soon as I would get up under the truck that's on the high line, the truck would just get super fucking tight and start pushing up the track.
You gotta be patient, because if you keep forcing it, then you just burn your right front off.
Yep, that's exactly what I did.
Hard part is the difference between this week and last week is that this track is 20 degrees hotter. So it's not as grippy as it was last week.
Yeah, no, I kind of prefer it hotter, honestly.
Yeah.
If the truck
I do too.
When the track.
I was really good last week with how it performed, but.
The race started, man, I guess the track was cooler because the truck felt real fucking weird going.
Am I on the top? I'm the 6th. You like it cold. Yeah, last?
The practice before you come into the race practice.
I was really good in that run. Yeah, the last week I could run the wall for 40 straight laps and it was fine. This week you have to run the bottom if you want to stay there at the end.
Yeah, to complete a pass on the bottom, like on worn tires, you have to have taken care of your tires for most of the runs. If not, you're just not gonna have the grip.
There's probably about, I'd say 11 solid laps in these tires where you can go balls deep. But after that, that's where that right front's gonna overheat. My right front was 256 in that run, so I still kept it 90%, but even that's a little bit warmer than I'd like. Damn, man.
Which, honestly, I think I finally had to run to pass the guy in front of me right as the fucking caution come out.
I'll show you. These are my tires in that run.
But it took building up for like 2 laps.
I was saving them, man. 90, 89. That's rough. I was catching them too. I think I could have gotten up inside the top 5. I don't know about rolling. Bro, that long run was beautiful. I thought I was about to cruise my way all the way inside the top 5. But no. I just hope Chicagoland is going to be as loose as this is, though, or at least hot as this.
I think that might be my favorite track. I didn't even like it when I first started racing, but it's so fun.
That in Michigan.
I think we get Auto Club after that, so we got a pretty good week of racing. And we get Richmond, too.
Inside 32.857. Still inside. Fast guys are running 33.645. Still on your inside. Good job, man. Keep on him. He's going to fade. Good job. Still there. Inside. Still inside. Still there at door. 32.844. Inside clear. Inside. Inside 2. Still there. Inside on 1. Still inside. Clear. Inside, inside. Still on your inside. Clear low. Working the bottom. Still there. 30.426. Good lap. That's what we need. Still there. Did a really good job, buddy. Still there. Still inside. Inside is clear. Inside. Still inside. 30.29. There you go, buddy. That was a good lap. Still there. Speed 1. Get us as fast as front of the racetrack. 30.125. Still inside. Clear.
Sorry about that. Didn't feel it.
30.156. That last lap that you ran there, that was really, really nice. P9, get us the fastest car on the track. 30.075. You're doing a great job, straight and smooth. Outside, clear him.
We ain't saving nothing this time, Lieutenant.
Hell no, I was just thinking the same thing.
What are you doing, dumb shit? Just hit me in the middle of the corner.
Dude, I didn't touch you, man. You need to look at the replay.
Hear Earl. Can you hear me?
No.
Did not hear him call that
No,
call.
no, I don't.
You do, I assure
Do you think 2 tires would work here?
I don't know what to tell you.
Or do you think I'd be too loose?
You know when shit gets bigger in your windshield, that means get closer, right?
I understand that, man. I'm not being a smart ass. I'm just telling you I didn't fucking touch
Just to be aware of, there's a lot of people back here. Make sure your tires keep covered up as you're unloading the tires.
Well, how did you look at the replay?
I'm kind of with you on
I mean,
that.
I know I got hit in the ass. It's fun, but you
my screen.
Because I'm only just trying to think it's not going to go green long enough for it to matter. That's my only thought process.
The road is open.
I was just fixing to get good back.
I know. I'm bummed now. I think you take tires, though. I don't think you stay out right here. Yep.
Here we come, fellas. 10 away. 5 away. At your mark. Now, turn in, turn in. Come on. Stop on your mark.
Don't you dick me in the fuck. Okay. We're okay. 95, 93.
Go, man, go, go, man, go.
Outside, inside. I'm back to the outside again. Okay. Everyone up here take 4, or is there someone on 2 up here?
Somebody took 2. Whoever's in that black truck out front.
Oh, we have
Which I kind of don't blame him. I wish I would have took 2.
we have unlimited sets of tires, so it doesn't matter. I thought about that. I just don't know how loose it's gonna be on a 4-lap shootout. I guess we're about to find out.
Yeah, I mean, hell, my left front was 97, so, I mean, what's 3%?
It's not about the percentage, it's about the heat.
I guess we'll find out what 3% is.
It's not really about the percentage, it's about the heat itself.
We're going to give you 5 to go this time by. Doing a great job, man. Really good.
My left front was 204, my left rear was 227.
Looks like you'll be lining up behind the
Yeah,
one.
the track light is that little bit of tire life. It's probably going to matter a good bit.
In 10 laps, though?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, goddamn, I don't even know what I was looking at. In 4 laps? 3 when we go green? Or 2 when we go green?
Behind the one.
Most of it's going to depend on his restart, but it's, I mean, he's going to be hurting compared to all of us on the get going lap.
It'll be interesting. Well, look at it this way. If we wreck again, we get a natural... This is a natural GWC, so if we get another wreck, we get a green-white checkered. Perfect way to end the night right before they shut the servers down.
That's right.
Yeah, from the looks of it, I read the patch notes before I raced this. Looks like it's going to be down for a minute this morning.
Yeah.
Brent, what is what's a lot of the updates for, you know, the trucks and V car and A car?
So I don't know if we're gonna get fucked right here or not with the brand new update, but there is some damage model stuff coming out for A, B, and C cars. I don't know which way it's gonna go. It's supposedly gonna make it to where, like, if you get door contact and stuff like that, like door damage is supposed to affect it a little bit more. I just don't know whether or not we're gonna lose aero to where it's gonna be really hard to drive them, because these things are really sensitive with aero right now.
That's the way, from what I read, that's the way it sounded, is like minor damage and shit's going to make a lot bigger difference than it has before.
That is not going to be good at all.
It looks like there's gonna be something about it like that. Like there's some aero properties that are changing for all the cars.
But all that's happened in this update because the way it was listed in the thing, I thought maybe some of that shit wasn't coming until later on in the during the season.
Yeah, it's something. I don't know whether or not they're gonna make the trucks and the cars weaker. So I feel like in the Cup car they're a little strong right now. But I wonder if they're gonna make them too weak to where we get to Daytona and we're door banging one another and we're gonna get killed in aero. Because right now it's not gonna make a difference because we're in the off season, but when we get time for the 500.
It's lights out and away we go.
Still there. Inside. Still low. Inside. Too wide inside. Get that ball from us. Side 132.815. Still there. Stop, brother. Go get him. Still there. Still there at your door inside. Clear low. Working the bottom inside. There. Still there at the bottom. White flag this time. Still inside. 30.05. That last lap that you ran there, that was really, really nice. Still there at your door inside.
Really?
Clear him. Speed 1. Here's the best car on the track. 30.0.
Like really?
Earl, did you tire smoke?
Well, there's about 6 spots in that.
No help.
You can't win it, so you're just gonna wall me?
Not a spot. That's it, man. Get up to his bumper. No move.
Good job.
Does have damage.
Hope you're proud of yourself.
Ricking on the front stretch. Ricking on the front stretch. Ricking on the front stretch. Ricking on the front stretch.
What a...
Right there. Smacking it.
4 pounds for nothing.
What a fucking sham that was. Are we serious?
Lord.
Couldn't hold it down there, so...
Checker flag, man. But you did a good job out there.
I got absolutely fucking hosed right there.
Whoever got put up into the wall didn't take the whole field out. Somehow you stayed up on the wall.
Like he just keeps coming up. Like I'm there. Like I'm up there and he just gets loose and comes straight up. But going into this lap, he's trying to drive me up. Like, look where I am. I'm up, and he just keeps coming up. The thing that sucks, Roland, is I don't even get a sorry for that.
I'd like to know how it's his fault.
He
Clearly coded, and it kicked him right. I mean, what do you want him to do?
not drive up into the wall. He has the whole bottom lane of the racetrack. I'm already to his outside.
Oh, so he's trying to win the race, but he should just let you have the lane.
No, but at least give me a fucking spot. There's a difference between giving a lane and walling somebody.
He's in the wall. He didn't wall you. He ended up in the wall.
Yeah, he walled me into the wall with him.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna side with Brandon here. That really wasn't the 9 car's fault. The netcode is what caused all of that to go down that way. If there was no netcode, I don't think it would have been that severe. The netcode dragged him up through your bumper and threw everything off.
Yeah, there's no way he could have kept him going up there at all.
So just run the guy into the fence. Got it.
Did you not hear the part about the netcode that drug him through your butt? He had no control of it. He wasn't doing it.
Before the netcode, where he's driving me up the racetrack before we get into the netcode, I see no netcode. I see him drifting further and further up the racetrack on a 2-tire strategy. That's what I see.
You know the part where you get loose? Like, that's you netcoding him and him getting glued. You, out of all people, should know how netcode works.
Does everyone hate me in the iRacing community or some shit? Is there something that I don't know about? What the fuck do we mean that everyone's gonna jump on me for this? Huh? How the fuck is this my fault? So it's my fault this happened then? I'm just confused by this. So now all of a sudden it's now my fault for existing. I don't see how this is. He drives all the way up and keeps driving me towards the fence. What am I supposed to do in that scenario? He was chasing it the entire way through the corner and couldn't hold his line. Up. I'm there and he just keeps coming up. What do you want me to do? Yeah, I don't agree with that, but all right. Roland, what do you think? I guess.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to have to say, they were netcode. I agree with what they're saying, but also what you're saying is what happened in the wreck. You got to take the netcode. He was, well, he stayed out on 2 tires, going for the win. I get it. I get it. But the netcode had nothing to do with the wreck. That was going to happen regardless. So, is what it is. Then I didn't understand what the hell we were doing coming to the checker, cutting our wheels left and right, making the truck turn sideways. I didn't understand that, but it didn't affect me. It just got me for it, but whatever.
Yeah, it's not the netcode that I'm upset about. It's the fact he doesn't give me a lane after that. He just keeps sliding up on 2 tires. The netcode isn't the part I'm mad about. It's the fact that he kept sliding up before the netcode. The netcode happens because he's sliding up. But somehow it's my fault.
Oh, exactly. Now that's the point I was getting at. The netcode has nothing to do with it. Netcode has.
But butt buddies are going to be butt buddies, and that's what's going to happen.
Your lane because he didn't have any grip. But like I said, when I saw that was up here, I knew what was going to happen.
So I don't give a fuck what Brandon Burkhart has to say.
I expected it from all 3 of them.
Yeah, I don't know why Brandon doesn't see that, but it's okay. I guess buddies will be buddies.
Now, I ain't got no lies to tell you. You know, I used to run Nitro all the time. And love Russ, owner of Nitro. Class act, dude. I mean, don't come no better. I hated to leave. but I left because of these right here. That's why I left, Brent. I don't like that kind of bullshit. I ain't gonna put up with it. They treated me like shit, and I was like, piss on them. I'm better than they are, and they know it, and they can't stand it.
Yep. I don't understand how this is my fucking fault.
I'm not trying to say that you're in the wrong, Rince. I mean, it's a racing deal. It's an iRacing deal. It's just, I mean, it's ironic and fitting that the last race of the season has netcode, which has plagued this entire season. I'm sure he would have left you a lane enough to pass him on the high line. The netcode just got y'all hooked together, and it was over from there.
I mean, Ray Chaw could see what it was. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. So it is what it is. It's the end of Charlotte. It's week 14. We'll go
The thing that sucks is I give
back to
people
it tonight.
plenty of room.
So it is what it is.
Yep. Yeah, it just sucks. I feel like I give people plenty of room in these scenarios, but I guess it isn't reciprocated the same way in some instances, which then causes netcode, I suppose.
Brent, I definitely agree with you. I mean, it's shit move.
Yeah. It is what it is.
What it is.
Yeah, he's right.
When the guy can't win it fair and square, so he strategizes it. He's got to prepare for how that strategy is going to fail, and that strategy failed. And then he caused the entire field to get a 4X at the end, bobbing and weaving.
Swoosh!
We'll let the officials take a look at it.
Yeah,
Brandon,
the checkered, I'm not,
Brandon, it's not about the netcode. He's sliding up, not giving me a lane to begin with.
It's just iRacing having really poor netcode issues.
Brandon, look at the fact he's sliding up before that even begins.
I got no say in the red field.
The netcode doesn't. The netcode is caused by him sliding up. What am I supposed to do about this? And then he's gonna crash the field afterwards?
I don't know what he's doing.
Like, what am I supposed to do about that?
So he will let the iRacing.
I'm as high up as I can possibly go. It's not about him laying over, but shit, give me at least a fucking chance. He's on 2 tires out of control. You can see it on his fucking wheel the entire way through the corner. He's steering right to go left. So he's already loose as shit to begin with, and he's trying to chase it, which causes the netcode. If he doesn't chase it, we're fine. We could still race side by side and race for the win cleanly. Maybe he shouldn't have taken 2 tires and he wouldn't have been in that position. But what the fuck am I supposed to do when he's just gonna slide and give me no goddamn space? I don't give a fuck. He didn't cut me a lane. So, it is what it is, but that's how I see it. To each to their own. But I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do, netcode or not. He initiates a slide before the netcode even starts. Netcode wouldn't have happened if he's not chasing it up the racetrack. If he keeps it pinned, he's fine right where he is. I'm as high up as I'm going to be able to go. I can probably go up another half a groove, but I don't really need to. I'm already on the high groove. I'm already on the fucking high groove, Brandon. If he doesn't chase it up here beforehand, before the netcode takes over, we're fine. He ran high, got loose, tried to chase it, tried to keep me from getting past him, and walled both of us, and then keeps going and acts like a clown after the race, and then kills the whole field. Sorry, but nothing I can do about it. I tried to race him as hard as I can and as clean as I can. Don't know what else you want me to say.
Swoosh!
Why should I have to lift for someone else running me into the fence? I'm not lifting because someone is going to run me into the fence. Maybe they need to lift and figure out if they want to be able to make it through the corner or not. It's not my job to lift for someone who's loose in front of me like that. I had a lane, and they took it away by sliding up into me. Why should I have to lift for someone else that's going to slide up? Right? I can't avoid it. What do you mean I can avoid it? Where am I avoiding it? How am I avoiding that when he's going to slide up in a nanosecond? How am I going to avoid that? I'm already quarter throttle by the time he slides up. So it's not even like I'm full throttle. I don't get how we're going to sit here and place the blame on me for something that happens that fast. I'm not saying you are, but for as clean as I race people, I'm getting tired of the way people are racing me a little bit here. Because I do give people a lane. I do give people plenty of space when we race. It's very rare that I'm going to throw you into the fence. Very rare. If it happens, not intentionally. But it's very rare that I race people that aggressively where you run out of space. I just wish that it would be reciprocated in the same way. That's all I'm saying, because it sucks. It sucks just getting walked all over for a season. Like, at this point, he has the bottom. I'm thinking at this point, he's going to hold this lane. I'm going to hold this lane. No, he definitely went aggressive, but it's very rare. Like, I don't even get that aggressive. Like, I don't like getting that aggressive. It's not the way that I race people. So I'm frustrated by the fact that I'm getting raced this way. Constantly. Not just by this guy, but I've been getting raced this way for about 2 seasons now, where I've really felt like I've been getting used up a lot. I don't know why, but it just, I get the desperation of trying to win the race, but from my perspective, I would normally give you a lane at that point. I'm going to race you hard, but I'd still give you a lane to compete with me. I'm not just going to slide up in front of you like that, knowing that it's probably going to wreck both of us, which it does. Even though he still has a chance to win the race, I don't like racing like that. Some people might disagree with my race style. Some people might feel like I've wronged them in the past. I try not to wrong people, but I feel like in this scenario, I'm the one that gets used up way more. I'm just frustrated with the way people are racing. I'm just frustrated with the way people are racing. He was loose on 2 tires. He was trying to race and do everything he could. But even when you're going into the corner that loose, I would just hope with the skill level that you have and the skill that you have to just hold it in one lane. That's all I'm looking for. Just hold it. Please. Please just hold it. Don't drive up the racetrack and force both of us into the fence, because there is just no need. That's what makes me frustrated by that, is there's nothing I can do in this scenario. But if that were me driving this car, I'd be holding this lane and making sure the outside still had a chance. And we race into turn 3 and who knows what happens. Maybe I run a little bit high and try to cut low and we still keep running, but I at least try to give a lane to someone on the outside or the inside. I'm just really tired of the way people are using me up from the end of this season and from seasons prior, where it's starting to become more and more and more of how people are racing in general. And I'm getting really tired of it. So that was the last race of season 2024, technically, since we're going to go into all the week 13 stuff, or week 14 stuff with the brand new build. It's just, this is frustrating. I don't like this. This is what I don't like. Netcode or not, there was stuff before that that made the netcode possible because he's sliding up. Netcode is what the sim is considering preemptive contact, which means he's sliding up all the way through and it's going to be a preemptive contact coming up. He was trying to take the lane away. I commended I commended the shot at trying to protect it, but at that point, I'm already there. I can't do much more. And it's the white flag. It's not like I'm going to lift and, back out of it in that scenario, knowing that I have the outside line to run. That's the thing about it. It's just, I know what the outside line can do and how it can run it there at the very end. Knowing that the run is going to come off of the outside wall, I respect the ability and the idea of trying to take the lane away from me. But at that point, I was already there. So I'll get over it. It is what it is. It's just frustrating that it happens most nights like that. And then I'm sitting here talking about the same frustrating thing that happens nightly. But it is what it is. It'll keep happening. Just got to keep racing. be mad about it in the moment, get over it, and move on to the next day. So it is what it is. So it's just frustrating. Fuck, this song is so long. Yeah, so to those that don't see it the same way as me, it is what it is. We'll race again. Just frustrating. It makes it hard to enjoy racing clean when people use you up over and over and over again. It just makes it hard to want to log on in a race. That's really what it comes down to. Because at a certain point, it's like, all right, getting used up a few times in a season, one thing. Getting used up in multiple races in multiple different categories of racing series, in different racing categories like dirt, oval, NASCAR stuff, open wheel stuff, GT stuff, name it, then it becomes like, it's not just one series. But I'm also not the kind of person that's just going to go out of my way to wall you. So it's like, I'd prefer just to race people clean. I get mistakes happen, but damn. I feel like mistakes happen way more around me lately than they should be. But it is what it is. It probably is just the end of the year. End of the year, everyone's pissy anyway. I've been pretty on edge the last couple of weeks, so. It's just the end of the year. People are kind of done using etiquette, I think, towards the end of the calendar year. But it is what it is. I'm not even like, the thing is, I'm not even going to hold a grudge against it. I'm just mad in the moment. But what can I do about it? It's sim racing. I'm going to race against that guy again. I'm going to race against Burkhardt again. I'm going to race against everyone again. Right? And we're going to have good fights, good battles, good chances to race each other hard and clean. It's just, in the moment, it sucks. And right now, because we can lament about it, right? It's frustrating in the moment, but I'm sure we'll have clean racing again this week. I bet you we're all going to be back on again this week. And we're all going to race each other just fine. Guarantee you it. Just frustrating when you see that, because remember, we got fucked over last night in the official CFIX series with a caution that came out coming to the white flag. So I've lost 2 races in the last 2 days in the final lap or final 2 laps of regulation because of shit outside of my control. So it's been the last couple of nights. Last couple of nights have been rough in terms of trying to get a win, but the best way I can look at it is this. By this time tomorrow, chat, by an hour from now, I'm not going to be as mad or even close to mad. I'll just be like, okay, like I won't even think about it. When I come back on tomorrow night, we're just on to more racing. So it's not like I have a chance to really think about an online crash. I don't really take those with me. Like, I guarantee you, give me probably even 24 hours. If someone says, hey, it's that guy from last night, I'll probably be like, oh, because you guys remember more than I do. Well, it's not even that. It's like you guys remember guys that I've run into more than I, like the people that I have beefs with that sometimes happen just because of an incident. You guys remember more than I remember. I'll go into a race and I'll completely forget the person that, you know, bounced off of me and we had an issue. And maybe we had an argument, right? But I legitimately won't remember that person's name. I couldn't even tell you the last person like we had a beef with that I remembered. Like I don't even remember that guy's name that we just ran into in Charlotte. I think his last name was Montgomery, but I've got no idea. I think David was the first name. I got no fucking clue. Something like that. I think it was that, but I don't. If you were to come in tomorrow into the stream and say it's that guy, you know, you guys had beef last night. I just don't. No, like it doesn't benefit me though. Like it doesn't benefit me to hold grudges unless you go out of your way to like make it a personal grudge in real life to where you're trying to like ruin my life. then yeah, I'll remember you. But like, no, I don't have a care in the world after I get out of here. There's no point. I've been doing this for so long. There's no point to save replays and like name names and jot down drivers of like Billy Joe 69 wrecked me 15 times in September, right? Like, I'll remember that motherfucker. Like, let me write, like, it doesn't benefit my mental health. It doesn't benefit the way that I drive. Some people do that, but unless you make it your mission for me to remember you by wrecking me over and over and over again, just racing me dirty and making sure, like, I think there was a guy that we had an issue with in Gen 4 a few seasons ago. Couldn't tell you who his name was. Remember the cat that called me a cheater at Richmond because I was saving my tires? Couldn't even tell you who his name was. Yeah, chat. The thing is, you guys remember the beefs more than I do. That's the thing about it. In the thousands of races that I've done on iRacing, in the thousands of laps that I've done, I couldn't tell you who I've beefed with and who still holds a grudge against me, or if I like. I will if it's egregious, like take you out under caution, intentional wrecking. Remember the guy that ran into me at Auto Club under caution and he meant to wreck the guy in front of me? Couldn't even tell you what his name was. Literally couldn't tell you what his name was. And I lost my shit with that guy. He intentionally wrecked me under caution, and then I decided to just destroy him under caution. Couldn't even tell you who his name was. Well, it doesn't matter to me. That's like, when I get out of here and I'm done streaming for the day, there's a life to go have out there. Like, I don't need to hold on to some virtual beef that isn't gonna benefit me in any way. He was trying to wreck the car directly in front of me, but mistaken that car for me and just plowed into the back of me under caution. Just absolutely destroyed me. And then, yeah, I lost my shit on that guy. I couldn't even tell you what his name was, but I lost my shit. I plowed the fuck out of him coming to pit road. I didn't care. I was done with that guy. And he was like a lap down at that point too. So I was like really done. So I decided just to fucking give him a prostate exam. So like, I couldn't even tell you who that was, nor do I give a fuck who that was. No need to even figure out who it was because he did what? I think I even said to calm down, and so sometimes, yeah, in those scenarios, yeah, I'll lose my shit if you like wreck the fuck out of me, sure. But like, I'm not going to remember you. Again, you have to go out of your way to really like, there was a dude that messaged me, by the way, iRacing's down. There was a dude that messaged me years ago on Facebook Messenger because we had a beef on iRacing. He was some failed like professional driver. Forget his name, but he like went to the point of like stalking my Facebook and figuring out where I worked and everything about me. And he was so mad. I couldn't even tell you what his name was. Can't even tell you now. I haven't like, I don't. There was a guy that told me, there was one guy that like raced in upstate New York in the 90s and was a track champion somewhere, and he still holds on to it. Like, he's a dude who played football back in the 70s or 80s, but holds on to like his high school days. Like, he's still a fucking like the MVP of the household, and he tells all of his friends about it. This guy at Dover was like 16 laps down. He fucked a race between second and third up. I was like third and I was chasing second down. but this set a time where Dover was really hard to pass at with dirty air. So I finally got a run on second, and then this lapper kind of fucked our entire fight up, and I couldn't get back to the couldn't get back up to second. So I told him after the race, like, I didn't appreciate that, and then we got talking, we got argumentative. Like, he was arguing with me. I argued with him. He gave me his life story about how he was a track champion back in the 90s, and go look up on the internet, whatever, and then he said, if I were to ever say anything, and I didn't even say anything that was like disparaging. I just told him that, you know, he shouldn't be racing 16 laps down against the leaders with like 20 to go. And he said, like, if I ever gave him that sort of attitude again, if I was like a real life competitor with him, he would have dragged me out of my race car and beat the shit out of me on pit road. Couldn't even tell you who that guy was. Couldn't even tell you who that guy was. And that was like peak COVID. He was 16 laps down, got in the way for the win, and then told me if like he would beat the shit out of me on pit road if that ever happened, like in a real life race. And I was like, okay, like, sure, buddy. Taco, I literally couldn't even tell you who it was. Like, when I tell you I don't hold on to grudges, there's more things in life to like preoccupy your mind with than an internet, like an internet iRacing grudge. I don't need to. Is it great for content in the moment? Sure. Honestly, you're not wrong. I don't know. It could have been John. I don't know what his name is. I don't know. Nor do I give a fuck. John Scarborough, John Lennon. I don't know. It could be anybody. I literally couldn't give a fuck. So for me, I'll get mad in the moment. I'll get worked up for a little bit. Most of the time I feel bad about yelling at people after the fact. But by the time we get into the next race, even the next race, you got to focus on the next race, right? I don't have time. I don't have time. The amount of people I race with in a single night is probably somewhere around 200 people. Maybe less, maybe about 130 to 200 people a night, right? Might be the same people, but you have to count them for every server, right? You're racing against, maybe if you count accumulated, maybe 200 people, 20 here, 20 here, 40, like 20, 40, like it adds up, right? You can get a full server 24 one race and then another server of 20, and then you get another like 24 for like a road race somewhere. I could even say 120, but there's a lot of people. Not yet. Schedules normally don't come out until like the weekend. I don't have time to remember everyone's name when I race against them. If I remember you, it's either because you've done something horrific or we battled like hell and I remember you for being a clean racer. Normally I remember clean racers. I generally don't remember dirty drivers because it's iRacing. Yes, you are. It's I think people do hold on to grudges on iRacing more than they should. That's why I also run at night, because I feel like it's a lot easier to run at night and not deal with the egos of the daytime. Sorry if you run in the daytime or someone that you know runs in the daytime. I feel like daytime racing on iRacing is an ego fest. It's a stroke fest. It's everyone races each other to the 90th 10th. And they're driving to the extreme 110%, maybe even, and they're just not giving an inch, and then they get all defensive post-race, and then it turns into a 5-day post-race shit show where everyone's just mad at each other and it spills over and it keeps going and keeps going. In the evening, I don't necessarily see that, which is why I race in the evening. I think the other reason, well, yeah, the reason why iRacing streamers are taking breaks and doing other games is because the racing quality isn't best right now. I will say that the racing quality, in my opinion, is not that great. It's not that great. It's been better. I've raced against much better. It just depends on where your breaking point is. My breaking point, I guess, is a little bit more than theirs. But everyone has a breaking point eventually, right? Everyone has a breaking point where you're going to flip over to a different game and just try to get away from it. I think this week we're going to do that just a little bit, just to kind of get ourselves reset for the new 2025 season. So we're probably going to do some stuff for week, like all the brand new stuff that's being literally uploaded to the server as we speak and getting ready for download as we speak. We'll do a little bit of content stuff today, but we're probably going to do some flight sim stuff, some sports stuff later on this week. But yeah, I think a lot of iRacing streamers are just getting... It's also the time of year where burnout happens really, really easily. Promotions are also happening and relegations happening. And I think for a lot of streamers, it's just you're racing, but you also have a lot of people watching you, rooting you on, and wanting to, like, they're vicariously also winning with you, right? That's the part of a stream, right? Like, you go watch someone that you like to watch, you're vicariously, you know, watching a race and you're rooting for that streamer, right? But if you're constantly getting into wrecks, and it's not just me, you can put any streamer in there that probably has gone to a different game at this point for the week, or even the last couple of weeks. It's one of those, it gets frustrating after a while because, you know, you want to race and have a good time, but if you're constantly getting wrecked, it's time that you're wasting. That's the best way that I can say it. It's time you're wasting. Because if you're getting wrecked out of a race, you're devolving. And it's not a wasted time with the stream, with the chat, but it's in terms of your gameplay, it's a wasted time of gameplay. Because you're getting crashed out, let's say midway through a race or the very end of the race. So all of that work to get to a certain point just to get crashed out, you've just wasted 35 minutes of your life just to get crashed out. So you don't even get to reap the rewards of the race and how you've run, right? So after a while, it gets annoying. And then, you know, it keeps going down that rabbit hole. It doesn't become fun. That's kind of how I view iRacing right now, is if you can get through a full race, fuck yeah, pump your fist in the air and, you know, run around. But if your racing experience, not even winning, if your racing experience is being hindered because you're not able to get the whole way through the race or whatever, I can see where it takes a toll. Like anything, right? It takes a toll even virtually, as much as, like, at a certain point, all you want to do is race. But if you're constantly running under caution, right? Maybe you don't like caution laps. Maybe even if you're fast, you're like, fuck this is boring. Or maybe you've been getting wrecked the entire week. Or weeks, right? It could be weeks, not even just a week. It could be the full month. Burnout happens to streamers. Burnout happens to people who aren't even streaming iRacing. It gets old. Like, I can tell you there's some weeks where I log on and I'm like, fuck, we really have to race this week. Like Kentucky, for example, a few weeks ago, I definitely had that feeling of like, are we really fucking racing Kentucky this week for C-Fixed? Are we actually doing this? Like there are weeks for that for sure, where burnout absolutely happens, but you mix that in with, like, let's say you have a bad track mix in with, like, or a mediocre track mix in with bad racing etiquette and just bad racing standards. It gets old, right? And the problem is everything's scheduled. For me, everything is scheduled when I race. You love open setup racing. It would build a nasty setup. I stopped racing 2 months ago because of the yellows. Racing just got so bad. I needed this break. I get burned out, so I use super speedway weeks to play out other content because you get wrecked out the most in those. I race by schedule, where I know at the top of the even hours right now, you can get a Xfinity race in half past the hour or a quarter past the hour. You can do C fixeds, and then on half past the even hour or the bottom of the even hour, you can get a Gen 4 in. But then there's other series that run at very specific times. So if all of a sudden I get wrecked out in a C fixed and now I'm in no man's land, I'm kind of frustrated because I'm very schedule oriented in the way that we race. I know what I like to race at what times, and I like to keep that going. I really don't like downtime during a normal iRacing week. I really hate it. For me, I feel the strong suit of the channel is we're always racing. We're always in some car. Might be a truck, might be a cup car, might be a Super Formula Lights. I really hate having downtime. I think it's boring. Like right now, we're in downtime because iRacing is down. But I hate having downtime in between races because I feel like I'm boring and I feel like I don't bring enough to keep it going. The racing is what you come for, is how I see it, because racing is the action, and then we're just the reaction to the racing. So for me, I don't like getting wrecked out in a race and then sitting out of a server going, great, now I got 30 minutes until the next something pops up, or we have 25 minutes of sitting around. So for me, it's a big pet peeve, because now I'm sitting here having to try to figure out, like, I got to figure out how to be entertaining or find something to jump into real fast. So for me, that's why I get more frustrated with wrecks on iRacing, like let's say midway through. No, the conversation's great. That's just how I view it, because I can't have downtime. I just want to jump into another race. If it's a dirt race, we're going to jump into it. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. If it's a cup race, or like let's say the end of a truck race, it's not even that I'm impatient. I don't know how to fill that time that well. I'm not great at filling time when it's down dead time. I might find a video or two, but my entire goal is to get as much racing done as possible, because the racing is the action that's bringing people here. That's how I view viewership and view how the channel moves. So if we have downtime, people are going to sit around and chit chat and hang out. But I feel like from a standpoint of how to capture the audience is to be in a race car and do something racing related, or just have something going. So when you have that 25-minute downtime, let's say in between a C fixed to like the next 305, for an example, let's say you get wrecked out and you've already missed Gen 4. Yeah, I'm not much of a talker when I stream. I'd much rather let the people watch the content. Like, I'll talk, but there's only so much I can talk about. Like, there's only so many topics I can talk about before we've kind of run out of topics to discuss, right? Before you're kind of just repeating the same topic. Like, there's only so many times I can bring up the World Championship in Formula 1 or bring up a driver swap in Formula 1 before everyone kind of goes, we get it, we talked about this. So it's kind of like, I try my best to keep this that's a giant hog. There's only so much I can do in terms of, like, I don't keep up on current events very often, and I don't really like keeping up on current events with Twitch, like world current events, because that's just a slippery slope. So I really try to stay to the niche of sports and racing. But then again, there's only so much you can talk about because I'm very American central when it comes to my sport. And there's many people who aren't from America that watch my streams. So trying to follow along with baseball is very difficult for a lot of people, but we'll talk about it. Basketball is very difficult for people to follow along with if you're not from America, and or if you even are from America, you might not follow along. That goes with any of our sports. And then when we're talking racing, even those are very niche in terms of how many people watch F1 or NASCAR or IndyCar or, you know, WEC or IMSA, right? Like, there's only so much you can talk about. And racing is the great catalyst of, like, when I'm on track, there's a lady that fell through a sinkhole over here a week ago and they still haven't found her. Jesus. Well, have they tried digging in China? Did she fall through? Maybe she's just in China right now. You never know. That's terrible, though. That's fucking awful. That's awful. She just fell in. Yeah. They found her. Oh, that's even more terrible. That's even more terrible. Oh, God. That's even a worse story. I thought it was just a lady that fell into a sinkhole. I didn't realize there was a whole fucking family attachment in part of this with a 5-year-old, too. I literally don't watch world news or talk about world news. I don't. That's one area that I'll, like, she was trying to save. Oh, boy. Okay. I didn't even realize that was a story. I didn't even realize, like, literally, I don't watch world news. Like, I'll keep up with it on, like, social media, but there's not enough brain power up here to really, or even, like, enough to really, with all the shit in the world, all the bad shit in the world from every, like, corner of the globe, there's no point for me to work myself up over everything. I try my best to not. Yeah, I'll check it out. Well, like, that's the first time I've heard about that story. Like, it's all rage bait for me these days. So for me, I just choose not to, like, obviously I'll keep up with, like, what's happening with, like, American politics here and there, or world politics, or what's happening. Like, I know Syria's government completely crumbled underneath itself and stuff like that. I know that, you know, shit has gone down in the world recently, but I'm not going to sit here and, like, know everything about what's gone down and what's happened. I just use social media to tell me, like, the bare bones of what's going on and what's happening. But after that, I try my best to remove myself as far away from it, because you're going to get your sources and then there's going to be a bunch of rage bait, and then you're just going to be more incentivized to read stuff based off your emotion and not based off of, like, critical thinking. And we all fall into that category. That's just human nature. So now I just, right? Like, I'll keep up on, like, really big news stories. Like the girl that disappeared from LAX but went into Mexico willingly. That story I didn't even follow up on too much. But I just kind of, yeah, I really just go with the flow. Like, I don't really, like, there's so many, here's the thing. I'm thinking it'll be 2 hours or more, possibly 4 till it's it's going to be a long time, buddy. I try my best just to try to make this place a place where we can just talk racing and I'd really just try to make this about racing. World, like real big current world events, sure, we'll talk about. Like really big, like you can't get around it world events. But for the most part, I try my damnedest to make sure that we steer as far away from world events as possible and just focus on sport. Hey, there you go. Oh, absolutely. Was it a big story? What, the sinkhole thing? I can't even tell you the last time I turned on the Today Show. I don't watch the news. I don't like, if I watch television, it's for sports. When I tell you I get all of my news from social media, I get all of my news through social media. I do not watch television for the news. The last time I watched television for any news coverage of any kind was for the election. And even then, I was done with it like within 3 hours of watching it. I was done. I was fucking done. I was like, nope, back to watching sports. I can't do this. No, you're good. You're fine. Like, I genuinely don't watch the news. Unless, like, there's a fire going on in Malibu right now. I don't even know how many acres it's currently burned out right now. I know it's somewhere in the hundreds. I know exactly where it is. It's burning up against Pepperdine and all that. I couldn't tell you what it's at right now. I mean, I've been streaming during this time, but even then, like, I'll keep my eye on it, but I don't live in Malibu, so it's not like a big concern to me. It's sad. Wildfires are sad, but it's not like I'm not going to like sit there with like, you know, doom and gloom about it. Is it 1,000 acres now? I could believe it. There's so much vegetation back there. It literally makes sense. My dad watches the news constantly and it annoys the fuck out of me. The problem is everyone. So the people who watch the news constantly, and I know friends that are like that, it gets very difficult to talk to them on either side of the fence. It doesn't matter if you're red or blue or whatever side you're looking at. It just, there's a lot of like, I don't fill my mind with rage bait because both sides rage bait. Both sides rage bait. They do. Why do you think we're so divisive? So I try my best to not be there. I'll look at the story. I'll look at the headline and see how factual or whatnot, right? But then after that, move on. Doesn't mean that I'm not staying informed about what's going on around me. It's not like I'm not seeing the news. Like I get all my information through social media, but I'm not sifting through hours of news coverage. I'm not sifting through hours of news coverage to get my opinion off of like rage bait. Rage bait sounds naughty. Oh my. Yeah. And again, we're all susceptible to rage bait on either side of the fence or wherever you are in the world. I just choose to not. I'll get my information and then go, okay. If it makes me mad, okay. And then move on. What about all those earthquakes in NorCal? I haven't been keeping up with the earthquakes in Northern California because it hasn't been affecting me down here yet. Right? Our plates, knock on wood, have stayed very stable for now. I guess not stable, but not completely unstable, should I say. So I haven't like, I know that there was a 7, but it's one of those. Honestly, I didn't even realize there was a 7.0 earthquake. I slept through it, but I wouldn't have felt it with how far away I am from San Francisco and Santa Cruz and all that. Like, earthquakes are just part of living in California. Southern California is living in California itself. So for me, like when people talk about earthquakes, for example, for me, it's just part of it. Like, you hear about it, okay, all right. Like, people freak out on social media and they'll post like on Twitter and shit like, we had a 6.9, I've never had my bed shake this much, right? But I mean, a 6.9 would actually be pretty big. But like, people would be freaking out at like a 4.1. Protests and new entry has been added to the protest violations list. Unsafe rejoin. We were talking about that earlier. I'm very surprised it took this long for that to be its own protest. That should have been a thing years ago. 6.9 bed shaking sounds like a fun time. Yeah. Because you're about to be shaken from the window to the wall. Don't worry about it. Better hold on. But yeah, like, what happened earlier with contact going into the fence? Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Good morning. Great stream. I noticed you need a potential improvement for your channel and would love to discuss it on your Discord if you're interested. Bot? How long ago did you create your account? Created 30 minutes ago? Okay. You know what? We can talk. Never. Sorry, I forgot how to speak. Yeah, they come and go. They're part of it. It's just... Yeah. He was just trying to talk to me about my car's extended warranty. Well, you fuck around and you find out, right? Oh, I've gotten... There was a time... 3 years ago? Do you remember the time where we used to get... There was that one kid that was getting, like, hate spammed, and then he was getting blamed for hate spamming. And then the hacker that was hate spamming him sent all of his shit my way. Yeah, there was a dude that would hate spam my channel with, like, not even joking, 900 follows, 1,000 follows. Just follow bots for days. So bots aren't really, like, we're used to them. They happen. So.
Keyboard lotion
Oh.
just misclicked for 8 months. Thanks, Imabot.
Aim a bot. I am a bot. Thank you, Keyboard Lotion, for the 8-month resub. It's almost 9 months, my man. What are you gonna name it? The other things that, you know what, we haven't really finished going over. The new features of the brand new season. Guys, how about a hypercar? How about the Ferrari hypercar? Oh, no worries, man. We're getting the new Ferrari hypercar, the 499P, the one that won Le Mans. Yeah, that one. That's coming to iRacing. Again, the wording that's making it surprising for me is they're using the words Le Mans in their forms. Sometimes they would have just called it, where is it? Where's that French track? On the famed French circuit, right? They're straight up calling it Le Mans now. Are we about to see Le Mans come back? And they talked about Le Mans earlier in the LMP2 update. Are we about to see within the next 8 months the return of the 24 hours of Le Mans? I have a feeling we do. Something about that makes me feel like they are. Because if we go back up really quickly, we're going to go back down and we'll talk about Ferrari and all that. They specifically mention the low downforce package is now only available and forced to be used at Le Mans without dive planes fitted. Why would they have that specifically for Le Mans on iRacing if you can't run the 24 hours of Le Mans specifically? I think we're getting the race back. This wouldn't be a thing on the LMP2 if this wasn't in consideration. Because what's the point of updating this car for Le Mans if you can't officially say you're running it at Le Mans, right? And they're straight up calling it Le Mans. They're straight up saying in their official forms it's Le Mans. Chat, I'm not going to sit here and say that it's not coming back, but I have a feeling there could be a great possibility that we have the 24 hours of Le Mans return to iRacing in 2025. That's my thought process, because they would have not even be calling it that. Remember with the IndyCar, how they wouldn't even touch it or call it anything? I'm wondering if the naming rights that Motorsport Games held didn't expire so they can say it freely again. That doesn't necessarily mean iRacing is getting anything. That means it's open to say again. I think it's more than that, because why else are we also getting a hypercar? If there's a contract for Motorsport Games to be the official WEC game, right? How are we able to get a hypercar? Something about this makes me feel like we're getting closer to the return of Le Mans. Something about this makes me feel like we're getting close. The writing's on the wall, because we wouldn't even be considering the contemplation of a hypercar if that wasn't the case, I don't think. Because what's the point of trying to get a hypercar? We have all of the cars we could ever want for GTP in the IMSA category, so we don't really need to focus on the hypercars unless you can get the legal contract to become part of that hypercar scan and get what you need. So I wonder if they found a way to do both. Right? The fact that we've gotten the Ferrari should be a sign that I think we're getting close. Maybe the exclusivity deal is going to be broken apart and Motorsport Games or LMU will be able to still run. Because remember, wasn't there an outburst that happened with one of the LMU devs? Pretty much saying that iRacing was shit, like on their Discord or whatnot, and it got leaked out and like it was a big deal. I saw it on the iRacing forums. And they were losing their shit over iRacing, saying like how our hybrid system is completely wrong, which it probably is. But I have a feeling they are upset because I wonder if we're getting WEC rights. I wonder if they lost their exclusivity deal. And that's why they're lashing out publicly like that. I think there's a reason why they're acting like that. If they had their exclusivity deal, they wouldn't be talking like that. I do have a feeling that there's something in the works, right? Le Mans isn't until June. We technically have 7 months. What are we, December right now? We have 7 months to figure it out. And we don't necessarily need to run it in June. We can run it in August if we need to for this upcoming year. I think they lost their exclusivity, which is why iRacing is able to scan the Ferrari. Which means if they're able to scan the Ferrari, I would have a feeling that the Porsche is next. And we're going to get a few more cars. The hypercar to me is the reason I think they are doing it. The track was already done. The car took too much time and only to create. The hypercar being scanned at all should be giving red flags to the fact that something's changing. Because again, there's no reason to scan the hypercar if you can't get any data, right? What's the point of scanning the hypercar if you're not going to be able to get any access or any data? Do we have the... Well, I guess we have the Porsche GTP specs. We don't have the Porsche LMDH specs. So we don't have the what would be run in WEC. Plus, we don't have Toyota or Peugeot or Alpine or Aston Martin or the specs for Corvette. So, and that's probably about to change. The fact we're getting Ferrari, and I don't think this is the end of our Ferrari deal. I think we're getting this, everybody, coming up. I think we're getting their F1 car. I think they're going back to Maranello to go get the F1 car scanned. Because remember, they left a little Easter egg in their last update on the forum saying that they're going back to Maranello to scan something else. The reason why I think it's their F1 car is because the regulations and rules are about to change, which means everything that they have in this current car is going to be obsolete, or most things will be obsolete in the brand new car since the regulations are changing. So it's not going to make a difference to Ferrari anymore about what they currently have. I have a feeling we're about to get the F1 car that Ferrari has had the last couple of seasons. And I think we're either going to get this year's version or next year's version. There's a secret Ferrari being scanned. Unless they're going to scan like the FXX or some shit like that, which I would be down for, but there's really no point to have it. I would think that would be the right move, because remember, Mercedes didn't drop their car. Remember when Mercedes announcement of we're getting the W12 and the W13 from a few years ago? We didn't get those cars until the regulations changed. So all of the information that Mercedes had didn't matter as much as it would have if that car was still active. Now, there is also the talk of EA Sports and the F1 license kind of getting stale. Could also be that maybe iRacing is trying their hardest to approach F1 and trying to do something within Formula One as well. Remember, we're also getting the Miami Autodrome coming next year at some point. So I'm having this feeling Miami and the F1 car drop together. I have a feeling Miami and the F1 car come together. Why Autodrome? Because F1. I have only reason. I think F1 is because they scanned Miami, but I think there could be discussions had behind closed doors, very early discussions of iRacing trying to get a contract with Formula One in some way, right? Maybe not for exclusivity, but for something, right? I don't think F1 is very happy with EA Sports, and I don't think EA Sports is very happy with F1 right now. And iRacing is the premier motorsport simulator in the world for commercial use. And personal use, should I say. So I could see iRacing trying to get a license with F1. And maybe getting the Ferrari will help that. Now, for all of you painters, I don't believe you're going to be able to paint the Ferrari car. I have a feeling you can't say that. You'll make the AC and R-Factor kids scream. R-Factor and Assetto Corsa have their place in the sim racing realm. It's just they're completely different. I think for the client base that iRacing has, and as deep of a client base as iRacing has, it's very difficult for R-Factor or Assetto Corsa to compete with that. iRacing is more of an oval program than anything else. With road and different things like that, but they're majority oval based. That's their bread and butter. That's what they're known for, is their NASCAR games. I would say Assetto Corsa and R Factor have better models and modes for road course racing. But I think for clientele and the amount of clients, iRacing still dominates in that market. And iRacing makes way more money than both of them. And that's why they can go out and do the things that they're doing right now. R Factor and Assetto Corsa have their place at the table. It's just, I think iRacing is the premier version of sim racing that's out on a commercial level. iRacing also has a whole idea that you could break into competitive esports racing. iRacing has also the whole idea that you can become a real life driver. How many drivers that how many people have become real life drivers off of iRacing? Not saying R Factor you can't, or even Assetto Corsa, right? Or I guess Gran Turismo, but how many real life drivers have we seen come from iRacing? William Byron, Jimmy Broadbent, Ty Majeski, Raja Carruth, Caden Honeycutt. I mean, I guess you could say Max Verstappen, right? Even though he was already kind of racing at that point, like, and then how many like real life drivers still play it? Like Verstappen, Lando Norris. Like, remember, Lando Norris is so young where he was probably iRacing before he was in a Formula car. Think about it like that for a second too. Max Verstappen is so young that he probably was iRacing at a young age, well before he was in F1. Right? Ryan Vargas, James Baldwin, Steve Brown. Well, Dale Jr. was already established by that point, but like the amount of kids today that you, and I'm not saying like, and let me be very clear with this. For many people, money go a long way to make sure that you get to racing, right? iRacing isn't just like the only thing that made them get into motorsport. Like for people like Jimmy Broadbent, sim racing is the way that got him into motorsport. But for many people, they have a lot of money behind them, right? Some people don't, but iRacing is used as that way of saying you can race against Max Verstappen one day, Lando Norris the next, and Caden Honeycutt right afterwards. Right? Kyle Larson was probably iRacing way before he got into a cup car. Right? But don't get it twisted. Sim racing helps, but you need to have deep pockets to get there. So while having Parker Retzlaff was another one that got into NASCAR through sim racing, right? Like there are play the least known Larson clip now. I'm good. I think there's pictures of him doing NR, but iRacing is known as this tool that has catapulted drivers into, or not catapulted drivers, but have given the drivers the tools necessary to start learning how to race. But iRacing is such a divisive tool that has been known across the globe now, especially due to COVID. It's opened the door for so many people. And I think that's where iRacing's clout comes from over R Factor and Assetto Corsa, where R Factor and Assetto Corsa, they have their place at the table, but iRacing is just that much more popular because I think that you have, for a lot of people, you have the chance of racing against real life drivers. Where else in the world can you compete against in some form, even virtually, against the people that race on a daily basis or race on a weekly basis, right? Like, how many times are you going to be able to say I've raced against a Max Verstappen, real life Max Verstappen, not an AI Max Verstappen, but the Max Verstappen, or the Kyle Larson, or Dale Earnhardt Jr., or Lando Norris, or Jimmy Broadbent, right? Like, just naming drivers. That's pretty cool if you think about it. That alone will get people to race. And then knowing how everything's laser scanned and knowing how popular this game is, how many iRacing drivers have gone pro that weren't streamers at all? Raja, Majeski, I'd say Honeycutt, Byron, trying to think of others. Obviously, like Verstappen or Lando Norris. And I'm considering Max Verstappen and Lando Norris in this category because iRacing has been around since they were still kids. So this isn't something where you're a Lewis Hamilton, you're already in F1 and iRacing appears. Lando Norris was like a kid when iRacing came out, which means he would have grown up with the beginnings of iRacing being here when he was growing up through adolescence. So that's why I consider Verstappen, Lando Norris part of George Russell. I consider them part of being grown up through sim racing because I bet you they have sim race before they got into single seat cars and really took it serious to get to the next level. They definitely, and obviously Lando and Max still sim race. A bunch of Aussie V8 Supercars drivers are regulars on iRacing. Yeah, Shane Van Gisbergen, Scott McLaughlin race a lot. Richie Stanway races a lot. Who else? Lee Holdsworth, I think, races a lot. There's a bunch of people for sure. Denny Hamlin races when he can. Simon Pagenaud, like Hocevar. Carson Hocevar was a sim racer before he became a NASCAR guy. Brody Kostecki, Brock Feeney. Yas may have let Max out of his cage to play a bit when he wasn't karting. I mean, it's just when sim racing is different compared to where it was 20 years ago.
Swoosh.
Where this is more of a tool now more than ever before. Thanks for the follow. Good morning and happy Tuesday to you. I do believe that the pandemic heightened iRacing's appeal, but also, Brad, good morning. I also feel like iRacing, there's a lot more participants on the iRacing circuits these days that don't know a lot of what they're doing just quite yet. Doesn't mean that they won't. I'm excited for the new V8s as well because it's going to be new for me too. So I'm very excited by that. Yeah, and Tony Kanaan, who's huge, right? Natalie Decker, Haley Deegan, Bubba Pollard, I think does a bit. I think both Quapples are on here at some stage. Like, you never know who you can race against. I used to race against Rico Abreu here and there. That was fun. But you never know, right? Hopefully people start to accept the more fun cars won't be the easiest to drive and just give the supercar a go. Yeah, I mean, Logan Seavey, Christopher Bell. The amount of people who race iRacing that are real life drivers will probably shock you. But that's what makes it fun for iRacing is you never know who you can race against. Yeah, you have the streamers like me and other streamers out there like Dario and Matt and Quirk and Emily and whoever else you want to name, right? You have those people, but then you actually have the real people who race for a living. That you can straight up, I raced against Parker Retzlaff in the Snowball Derby this year. Right? How cool is that? You can race against internet personalities, and then you can race against in Emily's case, she was a real life driver too, and she's a fast driver, right? But you can race against real life drivers of any category of any right? You never know who you can be in a race with. And I think, again, that's where iRacing's appeal really strikes with the people. Instead of racing against AI or maybe just racing against just random ass people from around the world. You can legitimately log in and be like, oh my fucking God, Dale Earnhardt Jr. is racing right now. Let me go race against him. I got to race against Jeremy Mayfield once and thought that was cool. Made me want to race more to see who else I could race. You can race against me and watch me hit the wall every turn. Hey, you know what? It'd be an honor. That's what I love about it. You're never ever getting on Madden 25 and playing against Tom Brady or Aaron Rodgers, and it will never transfer to being an NFL player someday. True. Like, to share a track with a real life driver of any kind, here's the real kicker. You get to learn what they're doing. Instead of just racing against them and like, okay, they drop back and they threw a 5-yard pass. Let's just say you're playing against like a Justin Herbert, right? On EA Sports. Like you're playing against him in Madden, right? It's one thing to see the play develop and seeing him throw the ball down the field, but it's another thing to race against someone on the same field and the same racecraft can be applied. And then you can sit there and you can say like, all right, he's getting lower into the corner, or maybe he's braking a little bit earlier, or he's pointing down a little bit earlier. He's getting back to the throttle sooner. There are things that you can pick up by watching them. And then you go, holy shit, no wonder they're so fast here. Like, that's the thing about it. For some people, it's they're kind of deer in the headlights, like the stars are all, oh my God, right? But I love racing against real life drivers when you get the opportunity. Like, it doesn't happen every single night or every single week, but when it does happen, it does feel special though, where you're like, man, I got to race against that person. That's dope. That's really cool. Right. And then that makes you want to, like, not like for everyone, that makes you want to come back and race against more and more people. Imagine being at Old Atlanta and seeing Harvicking and learning how to do exactly what he did in those races. Yeah. Or imagine being at Snowball and having to race against like Parker Retzlaff, like we did this past or last weekend, right? Or even Honeycutt, right? We've raced against Honeycutt multiple times for years, right? So in Hocevar and you name it, right? Just having the ability to figure out how they're driving, that's a huge skill, huge tip. So anyway, we got really sidetracked, but the hypercar coming to iRacing, Le Mans probably coming sometime next year. F4 got some damage model stuff done, some setups. Formula V is now rain ready, by the way. MX-5, the AI version of the car, has improved its tire temperature modeling. This improves AI drivers' accuracy and performance, especially at extreme temperatures. More setups for the Pro Mazda. The late model stock has AI version of this car has improved the temperature modeling. Aerodynamic parameters have been updated. The bottom of the engine frame has been raised slightly to help reduce the impact of bottoming out and subsequently probably hurting the engine. iRacing setups have also been updated for the late model stock. This is a good version of the song, by the way. I wonder if they're going to make a separate series of just prototypes where the Ferrari can compete because it can't be in the IMSA championship. Probably. I can see that. The Legends cars got updated setups. The Lotus 49, the gear calculator, I guess they've made the gear ratios easier. Oh, is it going to be in, oh, really? So they're going to have it run in IMSA, but they're just going to have it BOP'd to hell. Lotus 79, tire parameters have been updated. The AI have been, for tire temperatures and stuff, have been changed. And setups have been changed. Here's the brand, or I guess last season's brand new addition to the Evo, the McLaren Evo. Season 2025, or 2025 season 1 balance BOP. Fuel consumption has been raised slightly and tire parameters have been modified slightly. Rear suspension droop has been reduced and previous setups are now obsolete. So if you drove the McLaren at any point last year in season 4, all of your setups are probably now broken. Rest in peace. I race against Hocevar Jr., Tony Jr., Kanan, Mayfield, Decker, Majeski. Wow, you got a bunch of them. That's awesome. The Mercedes W12 rear droop has been significantly reduced or slightly reduced. The mini stock tire wear rate has been reduced now on dirt. They've improved the alignment of the RPM engine lights. And the engine power audio levels have been tuned. The SK modifieds, the setups have been updated. The next gen, the Fords apparently had an issue where the splitter could appear misaligned. We'll see here, maybe. The Porsche Cup car has been updated. The RSR has updated an issue where the digital display was not being self-lit. The 963, the rain tire parameters have been updated. The aerodynamic properties have been updated, and they've updated the textures for static wheels. The SR10, they've gotten brand new setups for the Radical, brand new setups for the Formula Ford. The Spec Racer Ford now has the AI improvements for tire temperature modeling and that good stuff. Vehicle parameters have been updated, including updated tires, increased engine braking, smaller steps between anti-roll bar adjustments, updated dampers based on real-world data, and new yaw-based aerodynamic side force models have been added. Minimum tire pressures have been increased from 19 psi up to 19 psi from 17 psi. The garage options have been split into separate tires and chassis tabs. And iRacing setups have been updated. Silver Crown got some setups updated. SRX, the brakes are now adjustable during fixed setup sessions. And iRacing setups have been updated. The supercars are now available on iRacing, and they are now rain ready, everybody. They are now rain ready. We went over this a little bit earlier, but if you Australia, mate. So we get these two new cars, which are now rain ready, which means, guys, we might get rain for the Bathurst 1000 next year. Just saying. If they can get it in real life, iRacing could get it. So good luck to everyone trying to survive. SF Lights, they've gotten their iRacing. The setups have been updated. Super Formula itself, retime has been increased to 120 seconds when running at Fuji International Speedway and Mobility Resort Motegi, per the 2024 regulations, which means that I guess their push to pass is now instead of 100 seconds, or I guess the time it takes to regenerate is 120 there. Interesting. I don't really race Super Formulas anymore. I really just stick to the SF Lights. I like that a lot better for some reason. In Super Formula, they've also fixed an issue where their wing angle was not reset to the default value between loading setups, and the setups themselves have been updated. The super late models, the damage model, the front suspension hyperextension limits have been reduced, and rest deflection have been adjusted, and their setups have been updated. The setups have been updated for the US F2000 cars. And AI are now available to race in the Williams FW31 F1 car. Oh, they did it. Oh my God, they did it. Atlanta Motor Speedway now has the pit entry line in 3 and 4. Added a safe entry rule for pit road, so cars must approach pit road using the aprons in turns 3 and 4 for Atlanta. The pit-in wheel-in lights have been relocated to its new home at the entrance of turn 3. So they did what they've done in real life finally. So they've moved pit entry for Atlanta now. Brands Hatch for the Rallycross course, a barrier has been added to the Joker exit to prevent some drivers from merging too early and gaining or earning a 2-lap penalty. For the Chili Bowl, they fixed an exploit where racers could cut through the pit lane without receiving a course-cutting penalty. Okay. Le Mans, a 1x for having 4 wheels off of the racing surface has been added to the exit of turn 8, and the slowdown checkpoints have been extended to the edge of the gravel. As part of the dynamic track debris refresh project, Circuit de Le Mans is pioneering a new technique where we manually deposit appropriate debris on the track before an event begins. This adds a new layer of realism to races at this track. Guys, we're getting the 24 hours of Le Mans. I don't know what else I can say. Look what they're doing to the fucking track. Why would you be doing this to this track if you couldn't do anything with it? Right? Some cones have been removed from the testing strip. Why would they be touching it at all for any updates? I'm just saying. Circuit de Barcelona, Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. It's only issues to the Rallycross track. They fixed a tire barrier that would spawn partially on the track surface. Rip.
Swoosh.
Downtime might be a few hours. It could be all day. It could be 5 hours. It could be done within like 3 hours. Oh, link me the $4.99 if you can. We'll watch a few videos before I fuck off. We're just going to get through the rest of this launch real quickly, then we'll look at some stuff on iRacing. The start finish line and the Joker trusses are now solid objects, so watch out. Zandvoort, they fixed an issue where several catch fences were only part of the spirit world and lacked a... Oh. Okay. Well, that probably happened to me at one point. Spa has some updates as well. They made some giant trackside helmet objects, or some giant trackside helmet objects have been removed. The slowdown penalty duration for cutting the bus stop has been increased now. I don't know what the penalty is now, but I don't know what the slowdown penalty was for missing the bus stop, but they've made it a lot more strict. For the bike circuit, they fixed a critical loading failure issue with the track. They fixed an issue with the bike circuit where drivers could get a slowdown penalty for simply driving normally at this track reconfiguration, or this track configuration, should I say. And they updated the track location to correctly indicate the province of Liège, Belgium. Daytona got an update. They fixed an issue where speeding in the pits could be avoided by speeding on the grass nearby. Fixed an issue where speeding in the pit penalties could be avoided by speeding on the grass nearby instead. What do you mean by that? Like you leave pit lane and you just drive on the grass? Who was doing that as an exploit? Fixed an issue where speeding in the pit penalties could be avoided by speeding on the grass. So you could speed in the grass and you wouldn't get penalized in the pits if you were speeding on pit road, but you were on the grass. I don't understand that. I don't understand that penalty. Oh, is it only like a hosted thing? Homestead, road courses, some gravel traps have been removed and a new paved runoff area have been added. Hungaroring, they've revised extended surface temperatures, which should fix inconsistent 1x behaviors. All paved runoffs should now give a 1x when 4 tires cross the white line or back edge of the curbing. Okay, well, yeah, we'll watch the Ferrari video here in a minute. Guys, Huset Speedway is now available to use. So if you're a dirt track fan, we now have Huset Speedway available, and night lighting is fully enabled for this track. Indianapolis Motor Speedway have brand new updates as well for the oval and open wheel configurations. They've tightened checkpoints and rules tab regarding pit exits. Interesting. I want to see if they're going to do the rule where you can't have all 4 tires above that white line when you're leaving. Remember how that got Chase Elliott this year? I wonder if pit exits are different now for getting up to speed on the warm-up lane. This is all warm-up lane stuff. Images have been added to the rules tab to show the limits of the pit exit road, access road. You could cheese pit exit by going really wide, but keeping 2 tires, like IndyCar, for example. You could go on the warm-up lane, take it as wide as possible on the short chute between 1 and 2, as long as you keep your left side tires to the left side of the white line. You can go all the way out and then come all the way back in. So you could gain a lot of time on pit exit. I wonder if they're going to keep that for IndyCar, but not for NASCAR, because NASCAR fucked a lot of people this year on that rule. So I wonder if it's going to be different between oval and open wheel. I think IndyCar will remain the same, but NASCAR will be different. Iowa fixed an issue where an antenna was not rendering correctly at a distance. Knock Hill, they updated some rallycross stuff where they updated the surface type for pit lane and fixed an issue where race control was handing out penalties that could not be served. Who let the FIA in on this one? Jesus. Masano, a bigger slowdown penalty has been added for blasting through the gravel in the turns 1 through 3 complex. New Hampshire Motor Speedway gets a big update, everybody. They are the first track to get the brand new NASCAR refresh project done. This track has received a full-scale art overhaul and has been updated to match the 2024 real-world appearance. Buildings, trackside objects, and decorations have been updated. Trees and shrubs and 3D foliage have all been updated and added. All textures, shaders, and lighting have been updated to our current artistic standards. Track surface bump map have been regenerated. AI drivers are now fully trained for racing at the road course and road course with the North Oval. And the Legends maximum starters have been increased to 24. So, New Hampshire is the first of many that will be getting updates through 2025 and beyond for iRacing and the oval side of things. But they've already announced New Hampshire because New Hampshire is their home track. So it made sense for them to do that. Alton Park has been updated. They've updated the turn 3 off-track penalty to be more lenient instead of strict. So if you run Alton Park a lot and turn 3 really bites you in the dick, your dick might not be bitten off much more. Phoenix, some yellow line textures have been updated. They've also removed an errant white line in the dog leg and removed an obsolete banner. Road America has the brand new 3D foliage system. Road Atlanta has the brand new 3D foliage system. Rudskogen also has the 3D foliage system. So all that fancy grass will now be available for Road America, Road Atlanta, and Rudskogen. The Saxon Ring, Barney, legendary flagman, has finally arrived at the track. We suspect he just needed a short vacation, and what better way to spend it than touring the German countryside. So we finally get a starter for the Saxon Ring. Yeah, it's weird how long it took for them to add that to the sporting code. I just think that it was just common sense that it was part of the sporting code, but they were like, fuck, we actually need to make this a rule. Slinger, a duplicate imposter Barney has been exiled from this track. There can only be one. And with the figure 8 track, they fixed an issue where Barney, the legendary flagman, appeared to be leaning on an invisible object. Barney be sleeping on the job. I don't know what to say. Thruxton is now available as well, everybody. So Thruxton is available. So have fun with that. Oh, Watkins Glen got a huge update. Track surface bump map has been regenerated. They fixed 2 uneven curbs near an asphalt patch on the outside of turn 2 and turn 4. The bus stop brake markers have been adjusted so they no longer clip into the Armco barrier. Pit in light has been moved to match the real world location across from the pit in timing line. The turn 8 brake markers have been nudged up slightly so they can be seen better. The fancy 3D foliage system has been seated at this racetrack, so that's now turned on. The start finish line logo has been updated with the correct black background. Some track marshals have been excised from solid objects. Turn 1 brake markers have been nudged so they're correct with the fence nicely, or they connect to the fence nicely. And a missing rain drain has been added to the exit of turn 8. That's a lot of things for Watkins Glen. Legacy Phoenix, the last thing on this list. Legacy Phoenix got an update. For the dirt road and rallycross tracks. For dirt road, they grounded some floating tire bundles and they fixed the display name of the track configuration in the simulator. For the rallycross portion, they fixed an issue where a tire barrier near the exit of the Joker lap would fall through the world when the simulation finished loading. Well, should have tied your tire barrier somewhere else. They've also fixed a display issue with this track name in the simulator. Y'all, that is all of the update in black and white. Now, for the fun part, we have some videos. Give me a second. Here we go, everybody. The first of what I expect to be many hypercars. No audio, how? How do you have no audio here? Is it just quiet? How about now? We're getting this car. Now, are we going to be able to paint these cars? They have the 2 liveries. Going to be interesting to see if it's going to be just like the Mercedes stuff. I'm fine just getting the car. Oh, we're going to get a full lap on board a Masana or a Mugello. I'm going to shut up and you guys can listen.
Swoosh!
And that is the brand new Ferrari 499P, the LMDH that competes in the World Endurance Championship, which is going to be available for on iRacing starting today. Once the servers are all back up and you can start purchasing content for 2025 season 1, LMH. Yep, you can get it. You can get it. Again, I believe that we're going to be getting way more hypercars than you guys think. I think this is the beginning of a incredible era of touring car racing on iRacing. Because if we're getting this car, what's not to say, hey, and by the way, thanks for the follows, everyone. I do appreciate that. It's happy Tuesday, happy build day to everybody. This right here is going to be mega. Because this, I think, is just the beginning of the door being broken down in terms of getting hypercars and getting the World Endurance Championship on iRacing. Because think about it like that: you can have WEC and IMSA in terms of the events. So you could get all the shit that happens in WEC and the tracks that we can get our hands on that we haven't gotten yet, and the tracks that we do already have, we can still run. Like we can do both the 24 hours of Spa, and we can do the World Endurance Championship race for Spa. We can do the 1,000 miles of Sebring, as well as the 12 hours of Sebring, right? Like there's stuff that we can do now that we're getting closer to doing where we can do both. I have a feeling that we're very close to announcing Le Mans within the next 7 months at some point. I think Le Mans is coming back to iRacing officially, and it's no coincidence that we're also getting this hypercar. Obviously, the hybrid implementation needs to be worked out first, but the fact that we're even getting this car is huge. Now, there are more things that iRacing is adding. Can we use it in IMSA? Yes, actually. They're going to have it used in IMSA. The other things that are happening, actually, you know what I'm going to do to make it just a little bit easier on myself? Boom, 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 boom. Let's just get through it all. Ready? This is the BMW that's coming out. This is the M2, which I'm assuming is going to be one of the cars you can use for the 24 hours of NERB coming up this year. I won't buy all the GTPs. I don't know what the BOP is going to be yet for the Ferrari. BOPs, I think they'll have the initial BOPs, but Daytona will probably have different BOPs. Because Daytona's coming up in about a month. Also, what is this? This track has the brand new grass textures, by the way. I'm looking at more than just the car. This is Thruxton, and they already have the brand new grass. I'm pretty sure by the 3D grass that I can see. So I'm looking at everything. This is Thruxton. This is my first look at it. For those of you in the UK, here's one of your own for this track. Although it's quite sunny. You'll definitely see this for the NERB 24 this year for iRacing. I think this will definitely be able to run. What do you think? This is going to be another class for the 24, you think? Have we gotten a video on the new supercar yet? So that's the BMW. And then this is Huset Speedway, the dirt track in South Dakota. Brandon, to be exact.
Swoosh.
Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Englishman here. Grass looks very British. iRacing realistic. Well, it's not raining though. Is it that British though? This is coming out today. Only basic Ollie. Okay. Ollie's awesome. Is it? Well, guess what? We get to race it now. Yeah, just because we had a it's only because we had a leap year this year. $64 gigs, Jesus. Yeah, that's a big update. It's a lot. It's a lot happening. A lot of updates to tracks too. Makes sense. So this is Houston Speedway, which we will be racing in the 305s. Then we have this one, which is the Debris Refresh Project. This is the big Debris Refresh Project that maybe you've already seen, but if you haven't, I get like 600 down. My only criticism with this is I don't know if this is just to show us in like an exaggerated form the marbling, and I promise I won't pause it after this. But for me, I feel like there's a lot more debris being kicked out onto the racing surface. What's the downtime? 3 hours? Probably. I feel like it's taking more grip or taking more gravel back on. See, like right there, how it generates more gravel through there? Maybe that's just the rendering of it, but also, I don't think that I don't think this corner, you can get gravel out on here. I think, isn't this one of the corners at Zandvoort that's glued down? Like the gravel itself is glued down, so you can't bring the gravel back out. I could have sworn that was one of the corners. And marbling, this is huge. Look at this. Driver gets out of the line at Indianapolis, and historically, that doesn't really work too well for you in hot tires late in the race, right? Marbling is going to be huge now. Talk about dynamic track. Yeah, I think it'll just make crashes a lot more susceptible too. I guarantee you there's going to be a big learning curve for a lot of people. I'll probably be one of them that'll dip a tire into the grass once or twice and be like, what the fuck? And then remember, tires are going to be affected a lot more now by different factors. This is a huge change, though. Look at that. This update is massive. Rain was a big update, but Oh, this is Thruxton. Yep. But this is huge. I'd say this is more significant in terms of what they're attempting to do with the tracks. If you would have said 4 years ago, this is where iRacing would have been, I would have said you're crazy. Because this is a pretty big drastic change from where they were to where they currently are. But when they come out with the brand new UI and the new interface system, we shouldn't need caps and Race Lab anymore. That's the whole reasoning as to what they're doing. And we shouldn't need Reshade too, because they're going to color correct their game, it sounds like. And it should be less resources on our, and less strain in our PCs, on our equipment, because right now I'm on like 5 or 6, maybe even 8 windows right now, opened right now on this PC to run, where maybe the only thing I'm going to need is just chat from now on. With them going more and more into the UK, I'm gonna make a prediction. By 2028, we have BTCC on iRacing. By 2028, we'll have BTCC on iRacing. I have a feeling that's going to happen. I haven't even started downloading yet. I normally will download when I go to bed. Took you 2.5 minutes to download, but I'm on a 5 gig fiber up. Wow. Way to brag. Way to brag. Look who's got the biggest cock in the room. Not me. I'm on 600. And the final thing that we have right here is the Acura NSX GT3 Evo. The last car. For this year, or for at least this first update of 2025. And appropriate its Long Beach, as the IndyCar race is the Acura Grand Prix of Long Beach. The only fiber that's in my area is AT&T, but I don't really want to go to AT&T. We're going to do onboard lap. All right. Oh, Zolder got redone. Let's take a look at Zolder too. Let's see what's changed with Zolder. Was it last season? I thought it was getting redone this year. Okay, so maybe because I just haven't run it. All right. This is my first time seeing the Zolder then. Cool. That's not bad. I mean, 120. I mean, I'm paying 111 a month for 600 down. Well, that's the Acura NSX GT3. That's the Acura. And that's pretty much the update. I know they're also going to bring up the brand new sounds for the GTPs, I think. The hybrid on pit lane is going to change. So it's going to sound different there too. You know what? I can start the download right there. Is there anything with Oval stuff? I came in kind of late. Oval, here, let me just download the update. Let me see how long this shit's going to take. It may kill the stream, but I don't know. I don't think I've ever updated during a stream. Give me a second. Select all. Give me a minute. All right, here we go. It's a 62 gig update, and we're off. It's going to take me 14 minutes. It's going to take me 14 minutes while I'm streaming. And I'm multi-streaming right now. 14's not bad, no. A bit more cause it, yeah. But yeah. About 14, give it like 15 minutes probably. In terms of Oval stuff, also this song is beautiful. For Oval stuff, the only big thing that's coming is going to be the damage model. Where I think it's going to make the A, B, and C cars more fragile. That's really the biggest thing. They've reworked the aerodynamic damage penalties to provide greater downforce loss and a reduced drag penalty. Also, if your engines or wheels sustain heavy enough damage, it may be beyond your pit crew's skill to repair it, so you'll just be done outright. So I have a feeling they're going to make everything a little bit more fragile on the Oval side for Truck Xfinity Cup. I'm kind of afraid about that because I feel like that's going to really fuck a lot of races up now. Like, damage might really affect you more than it has in the past. I'm going to be very curious to see what happens with that. Like, if you get some door contact, right? Like, let's say like you scrape into the wall, is that going to kill the run? Like, if you bang doors with someone, is that going to kill the truck? If you bump draft someone and you get like a little bit of front end damage, is that going to kill you? Yeah, but the problem is that it might get you out of the Bristol or Martinsville races quicker too, because you might be inadvertently fucked up by them too. That's the downside to that, is it might get people out of the races faster, but at the same time, that might make your race go by even faster than theirs. I don't know how that's going to work. Especially for the aerodynamic tracks that are like 1.5 miles. Like, for example, the trucks right now, if you were to hit the trucks against a wall and you lose the right side, like let's say you damage the right side of your truck. Like, let's say you're racing Charlotte and you just slap the fuck out of the wall out of turn 4. Like, you hate fuck this thing. Just wham, right? You fix the damage. But even then, there's still damage to the truck. Aerodynamically, it's going to be a lot looser, but it's not going to want to do what you want it to because you took all the side force away. All the aerodynamic advantages are done now. You took all that side force away, and there's nothing keeping the right side into the racetrack as well as it was before. Is that going to be a thing now, where if you just touch the wall, or let's say you get hip checked in the left side or the right side, is that going to slow you down to where you can't pass someone in clean air? Like, super speedways might be difficult too in terms of damage. You might be able to push, but you might not be able to lead if you get some sort of damage. I don't know. This is going to be interesting. We're going to figure it out this week, because we're probably going to see some things this week where we're going to go, we need a patch. And there probably will be. Everyone who's new to iRacing, we will get a patch sometime this week or next week for Season 1. Always will happen. Something will break. That's just part of it. I don't know if it's going to be an oval break. I don't know if it's going to be something on the roadside that will break. There's going to be something that's going to break, and it's not going to be right. Don't know what that's going to be, but there's always a patch every year for, or every season, for every season that's ever existed in iRacing. So I'm very curious because the rest of the week for the trucks were like tomorrow's Chicago, which we're going to test that out and see what it feels like. Tomorrow is Chicago. Then you have Auto Club. You get Kentucky and Richmond. I think I saw Homestead in there as well. So there's a few tracks on the oval side of things that we're going to be able to test. Also at the same time, I think I'm going to give Houston Speedway a run. I'm going to give the Ferrari 499P a run this week. And I'm also going to do the supercars as well because it's going to be very interesting to see how that races. And who knows, maybe the naivety of not knowing how to race that car will benefit me because I didn't really get that accustomed to the old supercar. So maybe the brand new supercar suits me a little bit better because we're all at ground zero, right? No one has an advantage on someone else because we're all in the same boat. So I think that'll be an interesting little thing, right? Because all you Aussies out there and all you Kiwis down there that race those cars at the times you guys can race them as many times as you can. You guys know the old supercar very well. But now everyone's going to be in the same boat of the brand new supercar. The Gen 3 cars are all new for everybody. No one has a one up on anyone right now. And it'll be like that for probably the first year. Maybe first 2 seasons, and maybe you start seeing exactly who's going to rise to the top, and maybe the same people still rise to the top and they're still fast. But maybe not. So it'll be interesting to kind of see what everything leads up to Bathurst next year. I think that's going to be very interesting to see how that car reacts and how people react to that car. Maybe that that revitalizes and regenerates people to race in that series more often. I feel like the supercars themselves kind of got fucked up a little bit towards the end of their timeline on iRacing with the last car. So I'm hoping that I hope that the participation in the supercars grows. I hope the new supercars are better than the old one. Yeah, I mean, the old one was fun because it was just a fucking beast, but this one's going to be different. So I'm very curious to see how it runs, and I'm very hopeful that I like it. And if I like it, there's a great chance I run the 1000 next year with it. Right? But also remember, rain is now a factor in this series, which will change things. And I think we're going to see rain for the 1000. I think we might even see rain for the 12 hour this year. Remember, we're going into 2025. Daytona didn't have rain last year for the 24. Bathurst in the 12 hour didn't have rain, nor did the 1000 have rain. NERB didn't have rain last year. Le Mans wasn't even official last year to have rain and do all of that. So Spa, I think, had rain in the daytime, but not in the evening. So there's a lot that is going to change this upcoming year in terms of how we run, especially in the touring car side of things, where the elements are going to change, obviously, with dynamic track being a thing now, and getting marbles and getting gravel and mud onto the track. That's going to change how races are run. I think also we're going to have to learn some new flags, like the slippery flags, like the red and yellow flags. They might have to be utilized a little bit more. So I think my equipment has outgrown my rig. I can't get the right placement for my pedals with the TR8 Pros. I feel that sometimes that gets to the point where you're like, I need to probably expand or get something new. I feel that. But iRacing is going to be it's going to be, I think 2024 is going to be a much bigger year than 2025 is going to be bigger than 2024 for iRacing in terms of our excitement. Remember last year, we were all excited this time of year last year because we were about to get rain, right? Or I think rain was actually in season 2, but we were all like, rain's coming. Oh my God, guys, rain. It's here, right? Like we're there. We're at the finish line. Well, now we have it for a year and they've been able to kind of get it better. We're about to get rain for the Daytona 24. So now shit's about to, and like, think about where we're headed now. We're getting there with iRacing to where we're about to get as close as we're about to get to real life, to as far of an extent as you can get, obviously within limitation. But rain and debris and more and more car classes and right, the elements changing, like it's going to change the way that we race from here on out in every series. More tracks are coming out. The tracks are handling differently now. The cars are handling differently now. We have to be adaptable. We have to be adaptable on the fly. It's going to be probably. I think they'll get there with the Ferrari Challenge car. But iRacing is headed into, I believe this will be the most uncertain year we're going to have in iRacing. And not in like a bad way, but in terms of going into this year, everything's going to be different now, right? Now, like everything for the last up until now has been pretty much the same. Static weather, maybe some changing weather, some clouds, day to night transitions came in like in 2016, right? So like, even from that point where we're at now, we have day to night transitions with rain that can hit at any point in different severities. We have, you know, tires that need to be heated up. The clutches are now different for getting off of like the line and stuff of that nature. We're just in a different place in iRacing, but with all of the new elements and everything that's changing within the world of iRacing, I do believe this upcoming 2025 year, there's going to be a lot more uncertainty for a lot of series, and in terms of different winners and maybe the people that have been dominant up until 2025 might not be dominant anymore, and there's going to be a lot of learning to do. Daytona, no one's really raced in the rain at Daytona. That's going to be a huge change for a 24-hour race. Same with Bathurst, right? I don't think I've ever raced in the rain at Bathurst on iRacing in any session. If we get it for the 12-hour, or if we get it for the 1000 in those different cars, good luck. But that's going to be a new challenge for everyone to go through as well. Same with the Nürburgring for the 24 hours of Nürb. Same thing. We haven't had those conditions yet. So for 24 hours, imagine pitch black, 3 a.m. There's a fucking downpour on one side of the track, but it's completely like clean and dry on the other side of the track, because that's how big the Nordschleife is. So we're going to be dealing with that at night. Plus gravel, plus dirt, plus debris from all the crashes, right? The future of iRacing is bright. The future of sim racing is bright, but the future of the next 12 months is unknown. And I'm very excited for it. There'll be a lot of preemptive now. There'll be a lot of bitching from a lot of people. Oh, absolutely. But I think there's also going to be a lot of grumbling from people that aren't ready for the new challenges that iRacing will bring. And a lot of people, myself included, will probably say at some point within the next 12 months, what the fuck, that's not right, or whatever. Like, I'm sure it's going to happen to all of us. We're just all going to have to adapt and overcome. No, you're right. I mean, the 2020 growth, the COVID growth of iRacing is the exact reason why we're able to go in the stages that we're going into now. If there was one thing out of COVID that actually, like, as we all sit here, if there's one thing that benefited all of us through COVID, was kind of iRacing, at least as we all have a connection to it, because iRacing exploded to the point where they have so much money. Oh, it's installing right now. It's done downloading. Now we're just in the installation phase. iRacing doesn't get the money revenue, and they don't get anything generated financially enough to do what they're undertaking without COVID, and without all of us being at home, and without the client base expanding to where it is now. 100%. I'm in agreement with you. Another 8 minutes of installing from me. I'm at 0% and we're going through the tracks right now. Was hoping Houston would be available to the test drive. Here, I'm going to allow that. At this point, I can allow it. Real COVID made iRacing boom. Well, it was just, you have to remember, it wasn't just the NASCAR Pro Series that made iRacing boom from COVID. Lando Norris was streaming a lot. Like, Lando was streaming. Max was streaming a ton. Leclerc was streaming. Like, you had a bunch of F1 guys, a bunch of supercars guys, a bunch of IndyCar guys, NASCAR guys, IMSA guys, WEC guys, like, from all over the world. It put more of a focus because we were all at home. And it was a way to kind of, oh, we can keep racing like night in and night out, hour after hour for as long as we wanted to. That was COVID times in iRacing, but that's continued, and their popularity has continued to grow. And with that popularity comes a massive increase in funds and an injection of money. And they've obviously put it to good use by getting the IndyCar rights back, by what they've done for bringing in more dev teams, for bringing in more just departments itself that have contributed to art and contributed to rain and contributed to physics, and where they're going now with netcode, even though they're not going to be able to completely fix netcode. Yeah, you could really say that COVID was the reason why we're at where we're at now, right? So it put a lot of projects into focus. Like, it killed the Australia Supercar project, which kind of sucks, and now they're just getting to it now. If COVID doesn't happen, they would have scanned everything in Australia that they were trying to scan by now. But that fucked them for a few years, because we were supposed to get the Gen 3 car so much earlier, but we were also supposed to get a majority of Australia and New Zealand tracks, I think, by this point. Like, I think we were supposed to get the entire Supercars calendar by now, but then COVID hit, and then that just delayed travel to go get those tracks. So now we're just getting our tracks done now from Australia. But that, do you think now that Indy's back, we'll get St. Pete? I wouldn't rule it out as a possibility. They probably did something with St. Pete. Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely get tracks one by one. It's just going to take a little bit longer. I could see St. Pete. I can see, well, the thing is, for IndyCar, you need to get St. Pete, you need to get Toronto, you need to get Nashville. Thermal doesn't, you're never going to get Thermal because it's a private estate, essentially, so you're not going to get Thermal. But fuck Thermal, you don't need Thermal. But like Toronto and Nashville, Toronto would be amazing. I'd love Toronto. I could see it. I don't think it's a priority right now. I think the major priority for IndyCar is getting the hybrid into the car and making sure that works, because that's going to be a huge change. Now, I don't know if we're going to get the hybrid next year or probably in 26, which would make more sense to me. especially with iRacing really focusing most of their attention on the new NASCAR 25 game coming out. There's really no point to really focus on anything other than NASCAR at the moment, because here's the big issue. If that game flops, iRacing loses a ton of credibility. So iRacing must make sure that the NASCAR 25 game does not flop. That game must come out and it must be a commercial success, because now iRacing can then go to F1. They can go to IndyCar, they can go to IMSA or wherever they want to go, right? To NHRA, whoever. And they can say, we can build you from the ground up an incredible racing product, a racing game product that you can be proud of putting your name on. And if iRacing can do that with NASCAR, they can do it with anyone. Their World of Outlaw game has been very, very successful. So IndyCar, in terms of getting the IndyCar tracks, I don't think is that big of a priority. I think maybe getting the rights from Motorsport Games of Le Mans in the World Endurance Championship in some way is also critically important for iRacing, just for the client base to continue to grow. But IndyCar will eventually get its updates. I don't think IndyCar will get its updates before 26. I don't think the hybrid comes out until maybe middle of 25 or 26 at the earliest, because there's a lot that IndyCar still needs to figure out with their data. And then iRacing needs to take that data and turn it into their own data that we can race with, right? That data needs to be turned into zeros and ones that it can understand to translate for what we can do and race on the track. So I got a feeling that IndyCar and any sort of IndyCar tracks probably is a 2026 project. I know that they're going to come out with the Miami Autodrome, which is the F1 track in Miami, sometime this year. Honestly, I could see it come out in season 2, because I think F1 goes to Miami in iRacing season 2 technically. Because I think that's when it happens, is March. So the only season 1 events that we'll get for iRacing will be Daytona 20, or will be the Roar. So the 2.4 hour race at Daytona, that'll be the LMP3s and the GT4s. And then the 24 hours of Daytona in January. Then the Daytona 500, then the Bathurst 12 hour. And then I think we get Sebring in season 1. That might be season 2. And then from there, we'll start season 2, and then that's going to be NERB 24. That'll be Sebring, if that's not part of it. NERB 24, Indy 500, Coke 600. If they do the 1987 classic race again, that'll be then. So Le Mans 24 might be season 2 if we get the rights by then. But I don't think anything IndyCar will really happen. I think they'll just try to get more data from IndyCar and just get us further along. Because remember, we're about a year and a half behind in development on the IndyCar and iRacing because of what happened in 23. So we're behind in terms of development on the IndyCar. So I think 2025's goal for iRacing, if I'm thinking of what their goal would be, their goal is probably just to try to get as much data from IndyCar, from Firestone as possible, and from Chevy or from Honda or from whoever they're going to get. And that should help them build the IndyCar better. And then 26, they come in and they bring in the hybrid and they change the center of gravity on that car and they do what they need to do. So if we're talking IndyCar, I could see IndyCar being overhauled, but it probably won't be until 26 at the earliest. Just like how I don't think we're going to see the World Endurance Championship on iRacing until probably 26. Or maybe even 27, because it's going to take us time to get all the cars scanned. And really, we're just missing Hypercar, right? But even then, that's going to take time to get all the contracts signed, to get them all scanned, to have them have the time to get us to scan. Like, the teams need to schedule time for iRacing to scan these cars. So it's not as easy as phoning up a team and being like, we're outside your facility right now. Open up. We want to scan your car. Like, it takes a long time and it takes a lot of legal hula hoops to jump through, and it takes a lot of contracts to sign and a lot of legalities to go through. So I don't know how long iRacing has been talking, for example, to Ferrari about their hypercar, but it probably wasn't as easy as let me scan your car. I'm sure there's some legalities they had to jump through, and that's probably going to be the same thing for approaching Alpine or Aston or Peugeot, right? Even Porsche has different specifications for WEC than they do IMSA. With the NFS BMW on display in Germany, now all I want is ALMS and iRacing. You never know. But I think that maybe the World Endurance Championship, like, we'll get droplets of like certain tracks for WEC on iRacing, but we won't get like the full season or majority of the season until like 27. Like, they might make it a thing where like Le Mans comes back this year for 25, but in terms of getting every car for hypercar in there, you probably won't see it until 27, which means my guess is you'll see GTPs run at Le Mans until then, which, hey, it's better than nothing if we can at least get the rights back for Le Mans to be an official race. For me, that would be huge because I'm missing that on my personal Triple Crown board. Because I have the NERB 24 win and I have the Indy 500 on my resume as wins for iRacing. I don't have Le Mans. And I have Bathurst 12-hour and I have Watkins Glen 6-hour. I would really like to add Le Mans to my list. At least for Triple Crown, I think that would be a Triple Crown, no? Le Mans, Daytona, or Le Mans, or is it... Here's my question to you. If I won the 24 hours of Le Mans, and I have Indy 500 and NERB, is that technically considered a Triple Crown, or do I need Daytona 24 for the Triple Crown? I have the NERB 24, I have Indy 500 as my two. I don't have a Daytona 24, and I don't have 24 hours of Le Mans. Which one would you consider to be the Triple Crown? Because we don't have Monaco, which might change in the next half a decade. I could see Monaco being scanned, but not anytime in the near future. But in the next half a decade, I could see it. So if we get Le Mans back, that would be great for me because I'd like to try to win the Triple Crown off of that. Because then I would consider that my Triple Crown. Unless you consider the Daytona 500 part of the Triple Crown. It's hard because what do you consider? You have a 24-hour event, you have a 500-mile event, but what do you consider the third leg of the iRacing Triple Crown? Is it dirt? Do you need to go out and go win Knoxville? Do you need to go win Eldora or something like that? I'm very curious what you all considered the Triple Crown of iRacing. That's an interesting question. Because I think no doubt the Indy 500 is a Triple Crown event on iRacing. NERB, I would consider a Triple Crown. Because Le Mans also doesn't technically exist on iRacing right now. So what do you guys think? Is it the Bathurst 1000? Is it the Knoxville Nationals? Spa 24, NERB 24, Daytona 24? That'd be the Triple Crown of 24-hour. For now, until Le Mans comes back as an official race. Oh, by the way, I'm done with the download, obviously. I guess it's hard because I would say Daytona could be a Triple Crown. But Indy 500 is definitely on there. I don't know. I guess that's a question we'll have to ask this year. what do you consider a triple crown for iRacing's, all of iRacing's special events? From the Daytona 500 all the way to the 24 hours of NERB. And everything in between. That's an interesting question. All right. Everybody. Today was fun. I am done for the morning, though. It is 7 o'clock in the morning. I need to make some breakfast and then also go to sleep. So, I also need to go let the dog out. So I'm going to go do all of that good stuff. But y'all, I'm going to call it. It's only 27 gigs. My guy, mine was 63 or like 68. Mine was 68. Are you only getting the essentials, or are you getting everything? Because I downloaded everything and it was 68. I think 27 might just, I only had 28 gigs left on my hard drive and I just deleted a ton too. If you need hard drive space, remember to delete paints off your paint folder. Obviously if you have saved paints, make sure to back those up, but delete your paint folder. If you don't know how to do that, go into your, go into where your, iRacing documents folder is. For example, my paints folder right now is sitting at 2 gigs already. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to delete that now and empty that. You will be shocked at how many gigs are just being taken up by your paint folder, because it's just downloading every single paint scheme that you ever raced against and it's putting it into a folder so it remembers it for another race later on. So if you ever want to know how much iRacing eats up your like disk space in the background, go look at your paint folder and just right click on it and go properties. Like I just deleted mine, so it's not going to show up, but you could easily get up. My paint folder is 108 gigs. If you don't have any like special paint schemes saved to the paint folder, if they're just all just nothing that you care about, delete that shit. You're going to get so much back in terms of space on your computer. Technically, yeah, no, you're right. But delete that, because there's no reason to keep that on your PC for longer than like even like a week. Then I would go through that, and I would, if it were me, I would go through and take out the really like special paint schemes and put that into a separate folder, and then delete everything else that's like, delete that entire folder after that. Because people might go like, where did all my system memory go? Or like, where did all of my system storage go? And then all of a sudden you look and 30 gigs has been eaten up by paint, right? But that's over the course of however long that you haven't noticed, right? That could be over the course of 24-hour events, 12-hour events, 500-mile races, as many C-Fix, B-Fix, A-Fix, Super Formula Lights, Ferrari Fix challenge races that you do. Those all get downloaded and put into that folder, and they sit there. Yep. So make sure to go into your documents folder, go into iRacing, and find your paint folder. Right? Click on that and look at the properties of that folder. Regardless, you should delete them at least once every week or 2 weeks if you remember to do it. I'm pretty bad at remembering to do it every week, but I kind of do it maybe once a month if I remember. It's not going to affect anything on your iRacing side of things. Trading Paints will just have to re-download the paint again, but that's fine. The only thing I would stress is if you have very special paint schemes that you haven't backed up or put somewhere else, make sure to take those and either upload them to Trading Paints or take those and put that into a separate folder like on your desktop and then delete your paint folder. And your PC will thank you because you'll free up so much more space, especially when 68 gigs is required, or at least I needed to have 68 gigs free to download this brand new update for iRacing. It definitely adds up. Also back up your replay folder because that's one thing that I eat through a lot as replays, but that's a whole separate discussion for another day. But for right now, paint would be the biggest thing that you can frivolously get rid of because all it is just it takes up file space. All right, guys. I think I'm gonna call it right here. Today was a good 6-hour stream. I appreciate you guys. Today was a contentious ending to the racing, but at the same time, I had a lot of fun. I hope you guys had fun too. I'll be back on tomorrow. We're going to test a few things. We're going to talk about more racing, and we're going to try the brand new update that's coming out. Supercars we're going to try. We're going to try the new damage model for C-Fix and see what it feels like racing it at Chicagoland. And we're going to see what week 14 has to offer. Hey, thanks for a follow. I appreciate you. Thank you. Chat, we're also, at least on the Twitch side of things, we are on the road to 10,000 followers. We are close to that. I don't know where we're standing right now. I can tell you right now, but we are getting close. So I appreciate you guys so much. We are sitting at, I can tell you, we are 63. No, what are we? 53 away? We are 9,947 followers. We are nearing 10,000 on the channel, which is insane. So I appreciate you guys. Want to let you guys know where we were in that because we're getting close. So I appreciate the follows. I appreciate the vibes. I appreciate the good times and all of you guys sticking around and chit-chatting with me and just turning this into a great night. And every night's a great night when I'm hanging with you guys. So thank you again, everybody. So, hey, YouTube, I'm going to start wrapping you guys up here, but thank you guys again so much for chilling on the YouTube side of things. You guys are legends, so thank you guys again for subscribing to the YouTube channel. If you guys haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel and you want to, head on over to our YouTube channel. I need to upload a few more videos. There's a lot that are actually sitting on there right now that need to go live, but I upload some videos on YouTube. I'm technically simulcasting on YouTube right now currently. But if you're on the YouTube side of things, thank you again so much for watching. Thank you for the subs, and make sure to keep that bell icon on. So therefore you are notified whenever I go live or whenever I, upload a brand new video. So YouTube, thank you again, and I'll see you guys later.